No, it's still,
Yes?
mine's on.
Yeah, okay, all right.
Ready, bang, gavel, let's start.
Good evening, everybody. It's Wednesday, January 8th, and this is a combined session, and we are called to order at 6:04 PM. Please join me in rising for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. All right. Clerk, the roll call.
Councilmember Rusher.
Here.
Councilmember Coyle. Councilmember Harris.
Here.
Councilmember Patel.
Here.
Councilmember Patillo.
Yes. Here.
Councilmember Pointer.
Present.
Councilmember Shmuel.
Here. Here.
Adequate notice?
Adequate notice of this meeting as required by the Open Public Meeting Act of 1975 has been provided by an annual notice sent to the Home News Tribune, Star Ledger, and Desi Talk on December 18th, 2024, and posted at Main Lobby Municipal Complex on that same date.
Thank you very much. Council President's remarks. First of all, I was going to wish Councilman Coyle a happy birthday, but he's not here, so the hell with it. Now, a new protocol with regard to the public comment, whether public comment, is going to be that I'm removing a list, and because I really want to give Edison residents the priority in speaking. And so instead of the list, we are going to be working from the way we did it off the list at Monday's meeting, which is have you line up. If you're disabled and you want to just reserve a place in line, that's perfectly fine. But we are looking for Edison residents first. This is a request that I've been consistently getting from Edison residents. Okay. This is a very controversial thing. I want to remove the mayor's appointments to the library board from the agenda, pending the formation of a vetting commission, or a vetting committee. And this would not just be for library board mayor's appointments, this would be for other mayor's appointments as well, to have a formalized committee to be able to interview and vet them. Now, I've been told that due to the Faulkner Act, that there's a problem with this. I would like to move forward on this. I'd asked the mayor for his approval to remove it, and he said no. He wants the board, the library board, in their reorganization meeting next Tuesday to have his people in place. And I do see a problem with this, and so I would like to remove it from the agenda, and I will. So you can, our counselor, you can tell me why I can or cannot do this.
Council President, you certainly can, however, it would require a motion and a second and then a vote.
To remove it from the agenda, or?
Correct, yes.
Remove it from the agenda, or to table it? Those are two different things.
In either case, as I stated in writing to the entire governing body earlier today, being that I think I hear some.
Okay, yeah, we got some feedback going on here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Drop the sound. Okay, so here's the issue in a nutshell. Under the Faulkner Act, the mayor has the right to make nominations. The governing body then has the right to give advice and consent or withhold advice and consent. In this situation, the mayor's appointment under the Faulkner Act requires that it be placed on the agenda. At that time, once it's placed on the agenda, the entire body gets to decide whether or not they wish to table the matter. So the council president lacks the authority individually to remove a mayor's appointment from the agenda, but the group as a whole can do so.
So I'd like to ask then, at the December 23rd meeting, when, at the time, Council President Patel had removed from the agenda, and this was removed, it wasn't tabling it, it was removing it, how was that allowed to take place?
Because he had the consent of the mayor to do so. So it's the mayor's nomination. He can withdraw that nomination if he so chooses. And it's not to say that you can't take the action you wish to take, but it must be done as a body, not as an individual council president.
Are you saying that without the mayor's consent, that it has to be done as a body?
Yes.
That Councilman Patel was able to do so because he was able to do it without a vote because he had the mayor's consent?
Correct, and I confirmed that with the mayor this afternoon. Yes.
Okay. I would still like to remove this from the agenda pending the formation of a committee. And so you tell me what I need to do in order to try to get that
Council
through.
President, may I ask a couple questions?
Please, Councilman.
Yeah, I just, the agenda, I was always told that the agenda is by Council President to make decisions as to when it comes up, what she puts on, what she agrees to put on, what she doesn't agree to put on because maybe she doesn't have information. Maybe there wasn't enough time for her to look at it, right? So what you're saying is that's not true, that the mayor can just put whatever he wants on the agenda?
No. First off, interestingly, in the code, it doesn't say that the council president can remove items from the agenda, but I understand that's been the practice for many years. But when it comes to mayoral appointments, under the Faulkner Act, the mayor has a right to make that appointment. If an individual council president can remove that item, you've thwarted the mayor's right to make the nomination. The council has a role here. You can accept that nomination, you can reject it, you can table it, you can do all of these things. You don't even have to vote on it. You guys just said you can table it. Or you can remove it from the agenda, but you have to do it as a body.
Well, let's go back to the council portion. So you're telling me the mayor can put anything he wants on the agenda, and council president and the council has to live with it, unless the council as a body decides to take it off.
No, only when it comes to nominations, because he has the right under the Faulkner Act to make such a nomination.
Well, so I read the legal brief.
Yes.
And the legal brief took in assumptions that were not true. Okay, and I'll tell you, in your legal brief, where you led was basically that the council president cannot be an obstructionist to not put it on the agenda because the council and the mayor are supposed to work together. But there was nothing in there that said that, council president couldn't say, I need more information, I want to have a committee look at it. There was nothing about the timing. So what I did was I emailed back today, right, because I only got it today, but I read it right away, and I said, can I get something, where there was some kind of precedent, something legally, where a council, let's say, or a council president wouldn't put something on a agenda, and the mayor went to court, and they said, okay, you know what, you're right, 4 weeks is too long. Because I kind of think like one meeting or something is not unreasonable. I think the mayor is overstepping his bounds. I don't think he has a right to just put it on the agenda and to say the council president can't take it off, because it's not like it's never going on. It was just, there were certain issues we have. We can go through all those issues here tonight. There are certain accusations that have been made, ones that could involve legal, right, which could, to me, if we had this committee, it was formed, that could be vetted. We don't know if these allegations are true, but if the council body were to vote on it, and then they turn out to be true, looks bad on the council body and anybody that would have voted for it. So that was the reason for, pulling. It wasn't going to be pulled forever, but it was a discussion.
I think maybe I can clarify the issue a little bit.
Council President.
Excuse me, I would
May I
like
just
the council.
Can I add, so we,
I'd like our
because it would be,
councilor-
it'd be an
All right,
even
wait, you
answer.
can speak after. Thank you.
Thank you, Council President. I'll be very brief, Councilman. Councilman Brescher, I want to just clarify the issue. This was not an issue between the mayor and the council president per se, as it is. What I'm advocating for is that all council members need to make this decision. On everything that you've just said is a substantive basis to table this nomination, but you get just as much a say in that Every council member does. And that was the basis of my opinion, that the council president can't do it alone, must do it with the voice of the whole body, not one individual. And that was the basis of the opinion.
Well, that goes to say with everything on the agenda. You know, if council president would like to put the entire agenda up, if they have 4 council people, you can remove the entire agenda. You know what I
That's
mean,
true.
right? So,
Right.
so then what's the authority of the council president?
The council president can, there's no doubt a council president can remove items, but when you remove a nomination, you're thwarting the mayor's right under the Faulkner Act to make such a nomination. And that's what's different here. The statutory basis for the argument is based in the Faulkner Act and the separation of powers between the 2 branches.
But nobody's saying that he can't put the nomination up. No one's saying that the nomination can't be vetted. It's just saying not at this current meeting here.
I guess the question is, well, then when? You know, and so the mayor has the right to say, no, I want I have a nomination, I'd like it to be considered. You may vote up, you may vote down, but everybody gets to vote on it, not just the council president removing it from the agenda. It's a very narrow issue, and that's the only thing I was opining on.
Okay, Councilman
Council
Coyle?
President.
Yes.
To the counselor, I just want to clarify. From what I understand, any council member can put up a resolution or an ordinance without the council president's permission. In fact, it's been done before.
Correct.
So, correct or incorrect?
You are correct, 100%.
So, and again, my goal is to work with our council president. We may agree or disagree. That's been a fundamental issue throughout the year with many members at different times. But outside this council, we get along. But I just want to clarify, had I not spoken to the council president today and I had a resolution in my hand of a different subject matter, I can ask to have it put on the agenda, whether it was a Monday or a Wednesday, and I could ask for a roll call if I got a second, correct?
Correct, 100%.
And that would be added to the agenda.
Correct. If you had,
And
yes.
so it just, wanted to just give some balance to the public of, I respect the authority of what we're trying to do. However, if the council disagrees and we have a second to that vote, we can put it back on the agenda. It's just a matter of what members of the council agree or disagree. Thank you, Council President.
Council President,
Yes, Councilman Patil?
I was listening very carefully. This is my 11th year on the council dais. I don't think this body has ever challenged the decision of council president, whether we agreed or disagreed. That's number one. Often council president thinks this is not the resolution or ordinance I want to go through. We moved it off. Everyone respected. It's a respect to that position. That's number one. Number two, the clarification, attorney, that you are giving to this body, my question here is, are you representing a mayor or you are giving the recommendation to the council president who may choose not to accept that recommendation? And this has happened many times on this dais.
Oh, certainly. I mean, I'm only here as an advisor. I mean,
Correct.
And so if the council president or the council whole chooses not to follow the law, the opinions that I offer, that's within your discretion.
Absolutely.
Granted that my job as I sit here is to advise you on the law.
Understood.
And
And
so,
that,
you know,
I want to make it clear that you are not representing mayor on this dais, but you are representing the council president. You are giving the legal opinion that this body, council president, may choose to accept or may go back and take the second opinion. Because we have done that before. Councilman Coyle knows we had the disagreement. Given the situation, I don't think I have even seen the resume of the second library board candidate, which is a prerequisite for the consideration. So I don't know on what ground we are saying that this is a push. We must go through this particular appointment. So if this body really want to give that respect to the council president, I would say, why don't we give 2 weeks to council president to form a committee of her choice, vet out the applications, call for more applications, and if mayor, again, it goes back to mayor, the recommendation from that committee, and mayor can recommend back to this body. And that will be, again, up to this body to accept or deny that. And that's my position here. It's not that here it is and you go through this. This is what we have done so far, which we should change. And in fact, I have the statement to read, but that's at the end in my discussion item. I'm going to be very specific and clear on what went wrong and what really needs to happen on these dais. Thank you, Council President.
Council President,
Excuse me, I think
Council President.
Council Vice President Pointer.
I'll yield to Councilman Shmuel first, if that's okay.
Sure, okay, Councilman Shmuel?
Just to Councilman Patil, the resumes are on the R drive if you want to see both of their resumes. But my question is, we're replacing, or there are 2 expired terms that needed to be either filled, or
For the 2 resumes.
when do those, if we don't vote in on a term, when would we vote in on the next? It would be on the next meeting?
So the terms expired on the 31st of last year. There are actually 3 positions right now, but the 2 have been brought forward to us. So until the new board members, if there are to be new board members, until they are appointed, the current people would serve until the point that they are appointed and sworn in.
So they would serve until either a new appointment is appointed or their appointment
Correct.
temporarily?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay.
Council President, before you go to the next speaker, I would ask my council colleague to check when the second resume was uploaded. Thank you.
Yes, I couldn't find it either, Counselor. I found 1 resume.
Yes, yes, that's correct. That's correct.
Council President, I'll yield to the Vice President, but
Yes, Council Vice President?
Thank you, Council President. I just want to make a comment in regards to the Council President having the overall authority of the agenda. People may remember during the first time that the Public Advocate Ordinance was placed onto the agenda, it was not at my behalf. I was overridden by the majority of this council. So to say that is always the practice, that the agenda before us is absolute of the Council President, to me is not an accurate statement. Thank you, Council President.
Councilman Patel?
Council President, I also, I do respect the opinions of my council colleague, Councilman Patil. However, I also want to reflect an opportunity when I was vetting the Housing Authority Board with another council member, and we were at a halt of picking the last member. Council member Joyce Shipp jumped over the council president. At that time, I resided, put up a member by resolution, and voted that member in. I accepted that, but I just want to clarify that it has been done. And also, just to speak, to our right here on the council, I can make a motion that we move forward right now, that this stays on the agenda, and we can go for a roll call and go over the council president's authority if I have a second. Now, I'm here to have her, keep the agenda as is, but we have that right if other council members agree and other council members second that. We may only get the 3 votes and we hit the ground zero, but that is our right. Anyone here can set policy, whether they want to, for whatever purpose they may want, changing zoning, changing signs, changing speed limit on a certain road. If they had that done professionally by a lawyer, they could put that on the agenda without the consent of the council president. She may agree, disagree, and ask for a second to be added to the agenda, and then we would vote on it in the public session. Thank you, Council President. If I'm wrong, please clarify the councilor.
Council President? Yes. All I want to say, I think is at this point, it's established that the body as a whole will have to speak on this rather than one. So we should move forward.
Okay, so my options at this point, if I want to remove it from the agenda, are do I make a motion? Would I ask for a motion for that in a second?
A motion and a second to remove it from the agenda, yes.
Right.
Motion to remove from the agenda?
Second.
Okay,
I would recommend a roll call.
yes, a roll call, please.
Councilmember Brescher.
Yes.
Councilmember Coyle.
No.
Councilmember Patel.
No.
Councilmember Patil.
Yes.
Councilmember Pointer.
No.
Councilmember Shmuel.
No.
Council President Harris.
Yes.
Stays on the agenda.
And any motion to table, would that come later or now?
You could certainly do that now as well, if you'd like.
All right, let's throw it all out there. So can I get a motion to table?
Well,
What was that?
I'm sorry.
What's the difference?
Well, because actually, when we get to it and we get to speak about it, And then maybe if my council colleagues heard the concerns, they might be inclined to table at that time, is where I was going.
You can, Councilman Brush, you can certainly renew a motion to table during the regular session if you so choose.
That was just my thought. I
yeah,
don't know that they,
I would be in agreement with that. Okay, all right, so, all right, moving on. So those were my remarks, and sorry for the length of this last one, but it's a big one, it's important. Unfinished business, we have ordinances up for further consideration, public hearing, and final adoption. Any comments or questions?
Council President?
Councilman Brescher.
Yes, and I did speak to Sonia, but I'm just doing this kind of for the record. This basically here is going to be, at the end of the day, it's not just a property. It's going to be an ambulance service, which is going to help benefit Edison or supplement the volunteers that we have now. Because JFK gives us ambulance service, and then we have a volunteer service. So this would be considered like an expansion of that to help cover the rest of the town.
Correct.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions to the ordinances? Okay, seeing none. Review of the minutes for the work session meeting of December 9th and combined meeting of December 23rd. Any comments? Okay, seeing none. From the business administrator. So I forgot to put this in my remarks, but we're dividing up 7A, the resolution awarding contracts to various firms for 2025 professional services into separate lines. And so we're having it not just as one grouping, but we're going to have it by separate lines. So we have A, B, and C. Any questions or comments about 7A, B, or C?
Council President,
Yes, Councilman Patia.
I want to jump back to unfinished business. Did we cover the ordinance, second ordinance?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was doing that as a grouping. All right, I'm still on the learning curve. All right, so we did 2241. On 2242, comments or questions? Okay, seeing none. We're back to 7A, B, or C. Any comments or questions about 7A, B, or C?
Yes, Council President, in fact, I have several questions. Most of the, I would say the resolutions are, not resolution, the contracts are fine, but they are bundled as a one resolution. And I would have preferred to list them either by the type of work or maybe by the department. That would have been my preference. However, I don't think we have a choice here.
She just said that.
Yes,
I know, but I will come back there as well. Even though it is there, but not necessarily everything. If you look at the Labor Council, there are two different one, right? Now, why it is not one, why it is two? If you look at R024, R033.
What number?
Labor Council services and contract for special Labor Council services. I don't know what the difference between those two are, but vendors are, some of them are common.
Can I clarify that, Special Labor
yes,
Council?
yes, Sonia?
So typically what we would do if there's a separate third-party investigation, for instance, then we would hire that special counsel. We've done that in the last few years.
Yeah, that's why there's two.
So it's similar to conflict attorney.
Then I will say that there are one more. Tax appeal. I believe that I saw two of them. One is for appraisal, one is for tax appeal. Those are two different. But the more important thing for me was for the engineering services. And I do see, when there are more than one vendor is listed here, I don't see not to exceed for each of the vendor. It's a total bundle together of $500,000. It's 021-012025. Now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 vendors there with amount combined not to exceed $500,000. We have no idea each vendor what they bidded for and how much they are not to exceed.
So this is no different than what we've done where we have a pool And it doesn't mean that you use them all. You pick from the pool, and the not to exceed stays.
Understood, and that's where my bigger question comes in pay to play. When you get the pool, you get the vendor in, you don't give them a contract, but you do take the campaign funds. That's why I hate to say that if we put the
I
not
can't-
to exceed, I
Let me just
understand, we
correct
can
you.
agree to disagree.
I don't discuss in terms of the pay-to-play laws are followed in this process. It's a fair and open. So I cannot assert or
Soon you will get the
accept
proofs.
your claims.
Soon you will get the proofs of some of those. And that's the reason I would have preferred not to exceed for each of those vendors, so we know it is not just the name that is put in place, but it's a real and serious business will be doing with those vendors. Where is Sage?
Architectural.
R35 architectural,
35.
right? Last year, it caused us a change order. I don't know where the legal matter is with this particular vendor. We were supposed to go on his insurance and claim the reimbursement for the change order. Yet we want to continue engaging this vendor. I understand from my council colleague, this vendor will be utilized for Toth Center. But that doesn't, again, let me put this way. We are suing a vendor, assuming we will be, or we might have sued him, and yet we want to do the business. Why can't we replace that vendor?
Councilman, that's up to you if you want to vet them or not. They are on the Toth Center. It's the will of the body if they choose not to accept that vendor.
But that, unfortunately, that's bundled together. That's my problem.
You can certainly remove, and the counselor can correct me, from the list. You can modify the resolution if the council.
My apologies, I was handling a matter with the clerk and I didn't hear the question. If you could repeat.
The question was with regard to one of the architects that's listed on the resolution, if they can be removed,
Can we separate out one of them?
or can you
Yes,
separate it out?
there's always the ability of council to divide the question. So you have that, but that would require a motion and a second and a vote to divide the question. Yes.
Thank
This
you.
body can do a lot. That's not a question here, but can we do it right?
I'm sorry, what do you mean, can you do it?
This body can do a lot, in the sense the whole agenda can be drafted right in this council chamber. We don't need anyone for that matter. Can we do it right?
No, you know, it is.
Why didn't we pull that 31 separately, or that particular vendor not to exceed, or probably cap that to for a particular project rather than giving him putting him in an open pool?
I mean, I can't speak to why the administration picked certain firms over others, or the amounts that were listed. I think your question was a legal one, and whether or not it can be separated, which is, the answer is yes. Legally, you can separate it.
No, we understand that, because this is what we are doing. This is a legislative body. We can do anything and everything. We can separate, we can club, we can do everything. We understand that. But you being mayor's attorney, you could have suggested him, hey, there is a outstanding or pending lawsuit with this vendor. Can you separate this resolution? But you didn't do it. Now we are talking about this body has an authority to separate it. We all understand that we have. Sage.
Yeah. Council President, if my council colleague let me interrupt. From what I understand, the clerk has just separated all of them. They're not on the agenda, but they're in the packet. Am I wrong? Okay. Fine. Okay. We combined the architects. Understood. But the rest of them are separated as we wanted prior to.
Correct.
Even though it's not on the agenda, and that's something we wanted. Okay. I don't object to pulling it. However, it has to happen.
Right. So is there a way that, we can move this for the next meeting? Again, this is not something urgent that we need to approve tonight. This is something we're looking by end of March. We have February, March, 2 months left there.
Once again, it's a motion to table. You have that authority as well.
Council President, to the councilor, could we do a motion to table the one architect and accept the resolution, all but one? To the councilor.
Oh, to me, yes, you can. Yes, certainly.
Is that satisfactory to you, Council?
Absolutely, yeah. As long as we pull that vendor out from that resolution, I'm good. Which one? Sage.
We'll take a vote to take that off that resolution, then vote on the rest of the resolution.
Correct. That's it. Yes, we'll make, at that time, the vote, a motion to amend, to remove the architect that you desire to be removed.
Yes.
And then vote on it as amended.
Yep.
So that's perfectly legal. Yeah.
That's 35, correct, Councilman Patil? Number 35, Sage?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Any other comments or questions about 7ABC? Yes, Councilman Brescher?
Yes, I just, I have some questions to Council President on C. I believe I asked you if you spoke to the mayor about his reasoning for replacing people. And I believe your comment to me was that he was unhappy with the construction of the new library. Would that be correct, or?
Yes, with the feeling that the pace was, that it's taken 3 years, and he's not satisfied with that. And so that's the reasons that he gave.
Okay. I would just like to say that originally, when our mayor was a councilman, he interjected himself on the library board. When he did that, I'm not going to say he forced or coerced the library board members to hire an architect called Sage Architect. That just happened to be the same architect that we're looking to pull. He had them come up with drawings for the North Edison Library. They applied for a grant. The whole thing didn't happen. There were issues with it. The library board directors, I believe, recognized that there was an issue with the design. So they chose to go to another firm, one that does libraries, because Sage does like residential houses, maybe your Dunkin' Donuts kind of thing. They've never done libraries. Of which then the new people had a design. They went back and they had a grant that they applied for. And this whole process is underway. So where I go with this is, well, the mayor is unhappy that the project's not going quick enough. The mayor was exactly the person that caused the project. It's kind of like an elephant that goes to the bathroom in the room and then he's trying to blame the mouse. That's where our mayor is. He takes no responsibility for his reckless and irresponsible decisions that he does. And with that said there, so we have these new appointments. Now, and this will go to the attorney to see maybe you can clarify this, but in our code it says something like, whenever a vacancy shall occur, one of the township boards or nominations to fill the vacancy shall be brought to the attention of the council in writing at least 7 days prior. So I don't know why we didn't do that. And we should get the candidates' resumes, and we didn't get that. And they should consult with the boards, like the library board, I guess, right? And I don't think that happened. And it's up to the discretion of council, yes. So my question is, since we didn't do any of these three things, why wouldn't it be prudent to, in your mind, why would it be acceptable if we didn't do at least the three things?
Councilman, who are you directing that to?
Oh, to our counselor.
Okay.
A couple of things. I think these appointments were known in the end of December. I think the names were originally brought forward at that time. So I think the 7-day rule has been met. The resumes now, I believe, are available. I've heard that tonight. So that sounds like that's been addressed. But these are all reasons, but either way, these are all reasons why you as a council member may want to vote to table or to vote no on these things because you don't have enough information. Is it an ultimate bar to their presentation? No. There would have to be something in the language of the statute, of the code, to make it a bar. But these would be things that you could decide, in your view as a councilman, are reasons not to move forward.
Right. No. What I'm saying is, we have council people that are, they like to do everything properly and correct. When it's not posted correctly, you don't receive the resumes, whatever that may be. And don't get me wrong, I disagreed with the mayor on this. Some of the issues that I heard here was one of these members here is on a homeowners association that the mayor lives in the complex. And that was the complex that the mayor didn't pay his fees and dues. So before that person would be, I think this body should look into whether those fees and dues were just dismissed as like a quid quo pro to be put on the library board. I don't know. But this is the rumors that are circulating around our town. So I think before an approval, that was part of this process where we were looking to vet this, right? We didn't want to come out here because how do you know if it's true? I mean, you know what I mean? Residents, they call me, they text me, and they tell me that it's true. But to me, that would disbar one of these people from being here just because of the close association and benefits that could have been had by the mayor. So, given the whole rape allegation stuff that we have, given the employees where the mayor went to their wives and girlfriends and asked them to go have drinks, after they were terminated or whatever it is, after all these kind of things that are happening, I would think we'd want to vet this, clean it up, right, and do it right. And that was the reason why we were looking to table it. We weren't looking to have the open discussion about it, kind of like we're having now. And that's why we were looking to give council president the ability to just let her, vet it. And we said we were going to bring it back up, or she said even. So it's because of issues like that we were looking to table this item in particular. And the Sage Architects, as we know, I know we haven't tabled it yet. I know we're thinking about it, but this body should also know not only did they hold us up on that library project, that now some of those library board members are taking the heat for it because they replaced that person. I mean, me looking at it from a legal aspect, Sage Architects did the mayor's campaign flyers. He got them work on the library. They made a mistake on the library. The library, as being an independent body, wanted to hire someone that was qualified. And then what happens is the mayor wants to get rid of the people now on the library board and replace them with his own, probably to bring Sage Architect back, would be my only thought, because it's not like we're moving it forward. But the same architect did our Jets Field that originally was proposed to be a $5 million project that now is up to a $12 million project. And what was worse than that, like my council colleague said, we had to bring in another engineering firm, architectural firm, to vet his specifications and drawings. I looked at the drawing specifications myself. There was so much left out of it. I'm expecting another couple $100,000 in change orders. And I do know that the township has done some of the work themselves to try and mitigate the cost, and I commend you for doing that, Sonia. But it doesn't change the fact that, this vendor is just out of their league here. So I hope that we do table, or actually I do hope we vote no on the Sage Architect, but I'd like the council body to be able to table this, and kind of resolve it so it doesn't have this dark, dirty feel to it on these appointments. I've spoken briefly to the two people. They seem like they're nice people. I don't know that they're qualified. I haven't seen the other resume. So it's something I think that needs to be vetted, and I think we should give Council President her time in that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions about 7A through C?
Council President,
Yes.
I just want to clarify, and if the councilor could object to my statement. From what I understand, we have a planning board that the mayor appoints. In no way does he have an obligation to meet with the planning board and ask them for permission of who he appoints to that board. And same here with the library board. his appointments. In no way does he have to meet with the library board, nor am I aware of any mayor meeting with the library board. There are suggestions in the past that library board members may put forward someone or suggest a resume that is a qualified person to be an applicant. But am I correct with that?
But no objection to anything you just said.
So, I mean, as much as I respect my colleague, Councilman Brescher, again, he said other statements that are allegations, and he said it's a thought. I mean, still, whether stuff he mentioned or not, doesn't interrupt the process of what we have in front of us here. Thank you, Council President.
Okay. Any other comments, questions?
Council President?
Yes, Council Vice President?
Thank you. In regards to the nominations, obviously, they are of the mayor's prerogative. As such, it is my duty to do my due diligence in reaching out and conversing, researching guidelines, and trying to make the best judgment based on the information that I have. I reached out to both candidates. I spoke at length to both candidates. I asked some pressing questions, particularly for my neighborhood that I live in within the Clara Barton Library and what happened during that tenure. I understand that some people have made mention that because of associations that should automatically be a disqualification. And it is not in my nature just to discriminate against someone because of an association. I will let their character speak for themselves and their actions speak for themselves. In terms of research that I've personally performed, and I can only speak as myself, one individual council member on a body of 7, right? I cannot tell anyone else here how they wish to vote, yay, nay, or otherwise. I visited all the branches. I've reviewed meeting minutes from the library from 2021 up to current. And I've spoken to people that wish for the board to remain as current and for the board to have an adjustment. It's on me to try to make a decision based on a good foundation of information. I feel that I have, and that's all I can say. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I thought, are we talking about
Yes.
library or are we talking about 7A?
We're talking about 7A through C.
Because I heard the comments on the library board, so.
It's on C.
Okay. On this, okay, I thought on A, we were still discussing about pulling it or something like that, but okay, any other council member want to? Okay, on C. My question to attorney, did we really, okay, let me put this way. Library board is an independent body. They have their own bylaws. It's not like planning board or zoning board that falls under the jurisdiction of this town hall. Completely independent body. They should be operating independently without any political interference, without any political intervention. Having said that, the procedure, there is a, by NJSA, we have several requirements in order, whether it's a mayor's appointment or this council's appointment, whether it's an application or the resumes. I have not seen the second resume. It was dropped, I believe, yesterday. I was just quickly glancing when my council colleague pointed out. Typically 7 days is the notice period that this council should receive the physical copy. That's how the law says, the physical copy of the application and the resume. That's why it should be included as a packet. I understand that to save trees, we do not print the packets, but at least that agenda is circulated via email. And I will take that as my Bible in terms of the council meeting. I do not go on Z Drive or I Drive to get through more backups there, because that can be changed at any point in time. Anything that was sent an email, that's my Bible, that's my true copy. I have not seen the resume of this, especially the second nominee in that packet. So that's why I would be okay to appoint possibly one person, but not 2. If there is a possibility of splitting this resolution, that would be helpful. But again, if you ask me my personal opinion, I would still give respect to the chair, council president, and we'll move it to the next council meeting. If that's not a possibility, at least let's split the nomination in all fairness, that I had no information about the second candidate, even though I know the person personally, but I need to see the resume physically or electronic copy as a part of my packet. Thank you, Council President.
Councilman Patil, are you suggesting that without that second resume, are you saying that therefore that's not 7 days of
That's
notice?
correct.
Is that what you're saying?
Yep. Because see, if you look at the agenda was published on Friday, we are technically not even 7 days, but even if I take the agenda of month of December, and I know why it was pulled, because we had the vote to shut it down. It was, that's the reality of life is, right? We can agree to disagree on that. And if we can probably at least give that respect, that's what I'm saying. The procedure, by procedure, I didn't see that in the month of December, the second resume. I didn't see that on Friday. I didn't see that on Monday. And that's the reason I would not be willing to support this, second candidate or second
Council
nomination.
Vice President?
Thank you, Council President. I think in the interest of what Councilman Patil said, that we do have the ability to divide the question, as was mentioned with the professional services. So I don't think that is an appropriate approach for us to take on the matter.
So are we talking about taking one of these, the nomination?
So, my apologies for
Please.
interrupting. But when it comes to the consent agenda, pulling it for a separate vote, when it comes up, motioning for a division of the question so that each of the candidates has their own technical
Gotcha.
motion, and then each one can be dealt with on an individual basis.
Okay, gotcha. Anyone else? Okay. Council, Dave, what, is that's permissible? That would make sense that we could do that during the regular part of the meeting? Okay, good. All right. All right, moving on to number 8 from the Department of Planning and Engineering, A through D. Any council questions or concerns? Okay, seeing none. 9 from the Department of Public Works, just A. Any council questions or concerns? Okay. And finally, number 10 from the Department of Recreation, resolution authorizing reimbursement. Any questions or comments? Okay, very good. All right, we now move on to our regular meeting, and we go to the approval of the minutes, and this would be for the work session meeting of December 9th and combined meeting of December 23rd. We need a roll call?
Motion to approve.
Yes, motion, yeah. Okay, we get a second?
Second.
Thank you, okay. Roll call?
That's an all in favor.
Council
That's a what?
President.
I'm sorry.
Council President, I need to abstain from the
Well, you-
December 23rd meeting minutes.
I'm sorry?
One,
December 23rd.
Yes.
December 23rd, okay.
Yes.
I think I might have to be removed from one in there.
Yeah, that's the 23rd.
Okay.
Okay, all right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye, okay, all right. Unfinished business ordinances for further consideration, public hearing, and final adoption. Clerk, could you read the ordinance? 2241.
Ordinance authorizing the lease of the property at 52 Lexington Avenue, Block 68, Lot 14, Edison, New Jersey, to Shiva Hatz of Middlesex.
Hatzala.
Hatzava of Middlesex County.
Okay, all right. We'll open the public comment on this. Any public comment about the ordinance 2241? Yes, Christo? Okay, all right. Anyone on 2241? Yes, sir. Okay, just your name and address, please.
My name is Dr. Jay Lackman. Hatsala has been around for about 10 years in this neighborhood. Run by volunteers. There's no one on payroll. And obviously, we are neighbors. We're here for the community. It may be your next door neighbor. We comprise of accountants, doctors, school teachers, etc. There's approximately 50 volunteers, which is including of dispatchers, We operate 24/7, 365. Anybody who calls us, no matter who you are, we do respond. Obviously, where we currently are located, our response time is fairly quick. If you're calling, let's say, the other side of Edison, the dispatcher may advise the caller to call 911, or we may call 911 ourselves because we want an expedited response time for the patient. We have 2 ambulances in Edison. Our response time is about 3 to 4 minutes, give or take. We responded to over 300 emergency calls in 2024. Okay. We have a phenomenal partnership with the locals, the police department, the local hospitals, the EMS department, as well as FD. We're not affiliated with any other organization. Some people may affiliate us with a temple, a synagogue. We're independent. We are the community. We are here for the community. We are an asset for the community. All members are fully equipped with life-saving equipment. We have defibrillators in our vehicles. We have oxygen. We have emergency first aid equipment. Think of it as a response vehicle. Every member is certified by the New Jersey Department of Health in order to respond. This keeps our response time down. Instead of everyone driving to the ambulance, picking up the ambulance, and then responding to the scene, you will have 2 members responding directly, which again will cut down minutes. Every second counts. Someone, God forbid, is having a stroke, a heart attack, anaphylaxis reaction. Time is of the essence. And last but not least is every single member is obligated. We get monthly CMEs, continuing medical education. Okay, we have to stay up to date on our certifications. And again, last but not least, I just want to thank all of you. I want to thank the mayor, the council members, the police department for your support up until now. Thank you.
Council President,
Yes,
I have a
Councilman Brescher.
question. I was expecting for you to tell me the ambulance was coming, but you said that you dispatched directly there.
We dispatch both, correct?
So in other words, you could get there before the ambulance to administer aid.
100%. It could be my next door neighbor, someone down the block. The radio goes off no matter what time. 2 people, certified people, are going to go direct. 1 person will go to the ambulance. So again, if someone, God forbid, is bleeding out, if someone needs epinephrine, because their throat, God forbid, is
Right.
closing up, you are getting immediate measures right away.
I love that because our firemen used to do that kind of service. When an EMS call came out, our firemen would go right to the scene. They can't transport you in a fire engine, but they were able to administer that aid. And I know minutes, seconds, it all counts there. So
Just to piggyback what you're saying, I've been in EMS for 13 years. I worked for the New York City 911 system. I've been a member here for 4 years. I've responded, and I know New York City is a little bit different. It's a great system, a lot of technology. I responded 45 minutes for some emergencies. I'm not making that up. Rush hour, you can't get by, there's an accident here or there. Again, minutes count, seconds count.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Council President?
Council should speak because it's because it's a statutory requirement for an ordinance.
Okay, could you explain that?
Yes, just a clarification that when it's a public comment on an ordinance, we have a statutory obligation to allow the public to speak on this. So what I recommend to the council president is let the public speak. Then there has to be time for council comment prior to vote. But I was recommending that we let the public speak first and then the council speak. Yeah.
Thank you, Counselor.
No,
Okay.
I just had a question.
All right. Yes, Rob.
Rob Kento, 61 Meadow. Why aren't we giving them the property? 52 Lexington had a building on it, I believe, in the 70s, and I think there's a water issue over there, so it flooded, it was taken down, and the building was demoed. Why don't we just give them the property and get it off the township books? What's the strategic advantage of charging them something like $500 a month? I mean, it's pennies on the dollar, $500 a month. Why not just give them the property? They're a charitable organization, I think, so they're going to get free property tax anyway. So just give them the property. Why are we going to keep it on our books? Township owns the property, I think, next to it where the creek comes through. and we have all of our easements we need there. It's a separate property, I think. I could be mistaken. But why don't we just give it to them? Get it off the books. 50-year lease. I mean, I'll be dead in 50 years. I mean, I don't want to, well, I think most of us in this room will be dead in 50 years. I mean, why don't we just give them the property? That's all I got on that one.
Okay, all right. Sonia, any insight on that?
No, no response.
Okay. Anyone on council have any insight on that? Any thoughts?
Let the public comment to be.
And then we'll
Okay.
comment.
Okay. All right, next for this, Bristow, yes? Okay.
Am I recognized?
You're recognized.
Thank you. Why give somebody something for free? Absolutely disgusting. Most of their services, how many of their calls are in Highland Park instead of Edison? They didn't let you know that one because it's right on the border. Why don't you just sell them the property for what it's worth and have Highland Park involved, have Middlesex County commissioners involved, and the township gets what they're supposed to get out of it. You understand? Through the chair to Councilman Brescher, Councilman Coyle, is that something that could be done? That you guys ask Highland Park and Middlesex County to donate if they need help to buy the property, but why should we? How much can you sell that property for? $500,000? So even without a house? 300,000. 300,000. There's nothing on the lot. So, yeah, I have no problem with them having the property. It's how they get the property I have a problem with. And, yeah, get in touch with Highland Park. Get in touch with Middlesex County Board of Commissioners, Tamaro, and get the amount that the taxpayers are supposed to get from this property. And that's it. You know,
Thank you.
no one should be getting anything for free for anything, you know?
Thanks, Christo. Anyone else on 2241? Okay. Now we motion to close public portion on this. And can I get a motion to adopt?
Motion to close the pub portion?
Second.
Okay. And
Motion to adopt.
I'm sorry?
Second.
I'm sorry? Right, all in favor?
Well,
This is for closing the public portion. Yeah.
okay.
Aye.
Okay, all right. And can I get a motion to adopt?
Motion to adopt.
We already did, but anyway,
Go ahead, you can second it.
Who's,
seconded.
okay.
Then I'll second, doesn't matter.
No, Ajay did. Okay, all right. All right. And do we have any council comments?
Council President?
Yes.
Thank you, Doctor, for coming and explaining the voluntary service. It's a great service, hopefully with this facility, it will serve the community at large, and you will be able to expand and reach to the broader audience. Proud to hear that the response time is very quick, and this will be an asset to, especially toward the south end of the town. And I'm really proud that you guys are doing a wonderful job in serving the community, and I will be in full support of this ordinance. Thank you, Council President.
Okay. Anyone else? Councilman Brescher?
Yes, I was looking to answer the question about selling the property. I mean, just for the record, I'm against selling public property. If you were to sell it, I think they would gladly buy it and purchase it. I think the value of it is probably around $300,000 or maybe $400,000, but we'll never get the property back. There was an organization, I think it was either a VFW or American Legion, where the school board gave land to them for a parking lot, and then they closed up, and that land got sold to a developer, and the school board never got money back for it. And, so giving away public property, no, but giving them a 50-year lease or something, I have no problem with that as long as they stay around as an organization. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Council President?
Yes? Councilman Patel?
First of all, I want to thank you, Doctor, and I'm glad you guys are getting the support and the base to work out of, and I'm looking forward to supporting it, and I agree with Councilman Brescher. I don't support selling the property because 50 years is a long time from now. Things could change, the organization might change, and they might not need it. They might go to a bigger facility, and whatever that case may be, that property should belong to the town. In the future, if we need to use it for something else, we could decide that in the future. Thank you.
All right,
Council
Councilman Coyle?
Just a brief comment. Just want to tip my hat to the service and what they're going to do and provide for the residents in that area, in the surrounding area. I mean, we benefit any opportunity where we have a free service that's willing to come to your house within 30 seconds or 6 minutes. I mean, that is just unbelievable. And to get services as a nurse or a doctor, paramedic, professionals with life-saving measures is a good thing in Edison. So I'm truly proud. This is in Edison, and we're going to be supporting an opportunity for a lease with them at that location. Second, I'm not, just as we talk about selling things, it's always good in real estate. Some people believe holding onto property, doing ground leases is great. Times change. Things happen, they may expand, like our council colleague said, move on, that's still our property. And at that date, at that such time, we may have a different value of that property. But I also believe that while they're there, auxiliary things come from ambulatory services such as meeting rooms and different things. So who knows what the future plans will be to expand that location. Let's hope there's other opportunities and amenities for the community as other squads have had. Thank you, Council President.
Anyone else?
Council President?
Yes, Council Vice President?
Presuming that there's no opposition to this, which I'm going to guess that there's not, I think it's a great opportunity for the township to have additional services available to help those that are in need and to assist the community and to improve the quality of life for the residents of Edison Township. So for that, I look forward to the partnership. Thank you.
Good. As for myself, I agree with what has been said here. I think this is a wonderful supplement to the services that we have. This can only help us, not hurt us. And I think that a lot of people have had questions as to whether or not this would serve only the Jewish community, and it's not. It's to the entire town. And so I think this is a great opportunity for the town, and I'm going to be happy to approve this. Thank you. Okay, nothing? Okay. All right, so now we go to a roll call.
Motion to, well, that's right.
Yes. Councilmember Brescher.
Yes.
Councilmember Coyle.
Yes.
Councilmember Patel.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil.
Yes.
Councilmember Pointer.
Yes.
Councilmember Shmuel.
Yes.
Council President Harris.
Yes. Great. Okay. Clerk, could you read the ordinance of 2042?
This ordinance amends Section 2-2 entitled Township Council of Chapter 2 entitled Administration in order to repeal the recent changes and revert the ordinance to its pre-amendment status.
Do we have, we're going to open up to the public. Any public comments to this ordinance? 2242. Any? Yes? Okay. Christo?
Absolutely. 2242? So this is to get our 6 minutes back?
No, this is about the decorum.
Only the decorum, not even the 6 minutes rule?
That's not what's on here.
Okay, well, I want everybody that's in here to know, if you came here to talk about the American flag, you can do so in this ordinance as well. So the reason you guys went all out with these decorum rules was originally to target me because Councilman Nish Patel is a scumbag. You understand he's an anti-American scumbag. And you ended up banning the American flag. You made international news, okay? And you're an absolute disgrace. And the fact that you made him council vice president when he himself banned the American flag, how can we trust the oath that he took? Absolutely disgusting. Chairwoman Margot Harris, did you guys create the quorum rules originally to target me? And then you ended up banning the American flag as well? Are these the rules where you ban the American flag? I'm asking, through the chair to Councilman Brescher. Councilman Brescher, this is the ordinance where they ended up banning the American flag, correct? I mean, it's a simple yes or no, right? Oh, what a bunch of fucking idiots. The number one, the biggest motherfucking idiot in this room, Councilman Nish Patel. They claim you can't personally attack anyone. Yes, you can. Yes, you can. What are you gonna do about it? Kick me out right now. What are you gonna do about it? Through the chair to Councilman Brescher, what they tried to ban, okay, they tried to ban speech that they thought I might come here and do. Now for the rest of the year, I'm gonna do it every motherfucking time I come, Rosenfeld versus New Jersey. Kick me out. Kick me out. You're a piece of shit, Councilman Patel. You weren't born in this country. That's why you had no respect for the American flag and you ended up banning it. Let's just call a spade a spade. What are you looking at Council President for? You're the fucking piece of shit, not her. You're a fucking scumbag.
Point of order.
No point of order. Stop my time. Let him go through his point of order fiasco. Stop my time, please.
There are certainly other adjectives, adverbs, and methodologies to express similar.
There are, but I don't have to. Shut your fucking mouth. Start my time. Rosenfeld versus New Jersey. Shut your motherfucking mouth.
Which I've read. Thank you.
Shut your motherfucking mouth. Going back to the ordinance
Council President.
2242.
May
Point of order?
I interrupt, Council President? Christo,
Stop his time, Marlena, thank you.
Christo, I'm well aware you're allowed to do whatever you want.
Thank you.
Sometimes I've asked in the past, you've given us a courtesy.
And I have done that
As a
courtesy.
professional courtesy, for those who are listening, I think you've gotten your point across, and I think.
Not yet.
Okay. When you
Not
feel you're out of breath, as a personal courtesy for those children who are listening, and for those who are in this room who want some decorum.
Democrats hiding, shielding
It's up to you.
themselves
I'm
through
just
the
asking.
children.
I'm asking.
When you guys want to sex change the children, you guys are the ones
I'm just
attacking the
asking.
children.
I know your rights to do.
Request denied.
Thank you.
Request
Thank you.
denied. Thank you. Start my time. So what I'd like to say, each person that voted for the decorum rules is a motherfucking idiot. And I'd like to name them one by one. Councilman John Pointer, you're a motherfucking idiot. The whole world knows it. Councilman Nish Patel, you're a motherfucking idiot. The whole world knows it. I wish you never flew over here to America. Councilman Asaph Shmuel, another motherfucking idiot. Right there, stupid ass motherfucking idiot. And Councilman Joe Coyle, I'm sorry I have to say it, but you yourself, you knew better than all of them. You're the biggest motherfucking idiot up there. Because you could advise them the right way and they would have followed you. They would have followed you. So absolutely disgusting. God bless America. God bless the flag. And I just want to say each and every person that voted for these unconstitutional decorum rules is a motherfucking piece of shit, especially Assemblyman Coughlin's law firm that advised for them to do it. Which I'd like to add in there, the conflict of interest, Councilman Brescher, when Joshi was on the library board, he tried to put the reserve funds of the library to Coughlin's bank, BCB Bank. So you should get another lawyer, because they're a conflict of interest as well.
Speaker's time is up.
Motherfucking asshole.
Any other comments from the public? Okay, yes, Joel.
Joel Bassoff, Edison. Well, I'd like to address this with a different tone. I think we can repudiate the type of language that was used, but still support the right of free speech. It is a double-edged sword. It's the people.
The other side, please.
Yes, Kristen.
Joel, hang on one second.
Yeah.
Oh.
All right, okay, that's enough. Okay,
I'm losing my time.
yes, go ahead, Joel.
Okay. So as we can see,
Point of order. Point of order.
Go ahead, Joel.
Fighting words, now enforce it.
Yeah, she's using fighting words, threatening me with her husband.
Point of order.
Stop his time, please. Stop his time. Christo, you're out of order now. Please sit down. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, go ahead, Joel. No, no.
There's a lot of chatter.
Please, order. Order. Thank you. Go ahead, Joel.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that when the council did attempt to ban masks and costumes and props, it didn't end well. So it's good that the council is repealing the ordinance that purports to do that. And of course, just to set the historical record straight, rules banning masks, costumes, and props were imposed even before the ordinance was adopted. So hopefully we won't go backwards on that. And the right of free speech is just something, it's so precious that it's important that we preserve it, even if we have to listen to speech that's repugnant. People should have the maturity and the respect not to use that type of language in a setting such as this. It's regrettable that they do. Nevertheless, they do have the right to do it. And hopefully, after they get this performance out of their systems, they'll use the right of free speech in a way that is truly informative and persuasive. But in any event, kudos to the council for repealing the recently adopted decorum ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Joel. Okay. Anyone else wants to speak to the ordinance? Mikey?
Good evening, council. In reference to the flag ban, I mean, we all have our different approaches. We all have our different words that we try to use, whether they're deemed as immature or excessive or whatever the case may be. We all have the right to express ourselves freely as we choose. And it works both ways. The maturity on the ends of people on that side of the dais have to respect the First Amendment. Rosenfeld versus New Jersey, 1972, guarantees the right to use profanity in such a way. And I think it makes sense that the passion and the frustrations can boil over the top because, I mean, the flag was banned. Councilman Coyle banned the flag, and you did know better. You did know better, but you banned it anyway. Vice President Pointer, he shouldn't even be on that council. You're a piece of shit for banning the flag. You shouldn't be vice president. You should not be on that council. Nish Patel, you know what I think about you. You're a goddamn piece of shit. And same with you on the end. You as well. You banned the flag. Disgrace. Absolute disgrace. So if people come out here and they use unfavorable choices of words, well, that's why we have the freedom of speech. It's for unfavorable things that are said. I know you guys don't need a refresher course on that, but then I second guess myself because you banned the flag. So maybe this is quite necessary, you know, because, I mean, you all did it. Pointer, you shouldn't even be on that council. Absolute disgrace, let alone vice president. That's garbage. Nish Patel, you should not be on that council. Not at all.
Point of order.
Through the chair to Nish Patel.
Can I call my point of order?
You can call your point of order.
Stop my time.
Thank you.
Stop my time.
Please.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, can we?
Yes, please stick to the ordinance.
Yes, please,
Thank you.
I would ask that you just stay with the ordinance itself.
Well, all this is relevant to the flag ban.
Point of order to Council
The
President. Would you
okay.
allow?
Please stop the time.
In all fairness, I understand your argument with us here and the accusations you made and your statements. But can you point to the ordinance where it says the flag is banned? And can you read that today, right now? Because that's not true. In the ordinance, it stated props and costumes.
All right, well-
Let me finish. Our council president,
Worst
with the
president
wrong
ever.
advice, took his approach. So you can't say this council voted for banning the American flag. That's not true.
Yes, it is
It's
true.
not.
It is
It
true.
is not. We voted.
It is true.
So listen, we're in an opinion disagreement, but if you can point right now, since you have the courage and you're brave, and you've done some things here and you've made your purpose, and I've listened to you,
Let me get my time back. Come on.
Your time has stopped.
please
I know,
bring
I'm
up
waiting
the
for it to
ordinance, read it, and show me in that ordinance where it states that the Township of Edison, this
I
council,
don't have
has
to
banned the
answer
flag.
shit from you.
Okay, you don't have to, but you can't point to it, and that's your problem right now. Thank you, Council
Oh, so
President.
you want to disguise what had
Okay,
happened as if the flag wasn't banned?
Go ahead.
We all watched the video. All right, the whole nation watched it, right? And where did you think where did you think that the flag ban was going to go? Where did you think the prop ban was going to go? You know, you guys banned these things before it was even voted on, okay? That's very important part of all this. You were enforcing something that wasn't even voted on at that point. That's fucking garbage. I mean, that's stupidity at its finest. And where the hell is Mike Burns? He's the one who gave this horrible legal advice, and he has nowhere to be found. But he's been gone. We don't know where he is. I filed an ethics complaint on him because he doesn't give a shit about the First Amendment. And yes, the flag was banned. That's why when Joel waved it, and the room was supercharged with police energy, and they came and removed him for waving the flag, what the hell do you call that, Coyle?
Did you stop them? Did you tell the police?
I mean, at every step of the way, I know what you did to Christo. I'm well aware. And if it wasn't for people coming out to stick up for him, then things wouldn't happen the way they were. I came here, I gave a performance, I had a prop. At that point, there was no costume ban. I came in here with a costume, then you banned costumes. You enforced all these things you guys didn't even vote on. And yes, Councilman Coyle, you did ban the flag. You also banned the United States Constitution.
And the New Jersey state.
And the New Jersey state flag. That's what you will be remembered by. You too, Poinier, and Nish, that was the biggest black eye in your political career. You don't deserve to sit there. You don't deserve to serve the people when you ban the First Amendment.
No, thanks.
Absolutely ridiculous. And I can't wait to see Burns again because I want to give him hell for what he did. It was the shittiest legal advice ever. I yield my 2 seconds back to the council.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Yes, Anthony.
Anthony Deamron, 25 Wiley.
You're recognized.
Thank you. You know, when this council screws up, in my opinion, I'll be the first to come up here, or one of the first to call you out on it, give you my opinion, tell you the reasons why, what you're doing. And we all, when those mistakes happen, we ask you to change it, and you did on this one. And I salute you on that. You were dead wrong to begin with, but you fixed the wrong, and that's all you can do from there. So I even Councilman Patel, who's made, I think, some bad decisions when he was council president. Hopefully he learns from it. That's all you can do. I'm not, to continue to go to the overkill, in my opinion, is we all get the point, and this town won't move on until some of us speak out about that. So I commend you for repealing this, or whatever it is, to fixing the wrong, and that's all. Again, that's what we ask, and you did it. So and hopefully everybody's learned from this one. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Anthony. Anyone else? Yes, Russ.
Russ Azzarello, Skylar Drive,
Recognized.
Edison, New Jersey. Good evening, Council. Good evening, Council members, FD, PD, admin. I'd like to wish you all a very happy, healthy New Year. I haven't been here in a while, so this is due. I'd like to get this past me. Happy, healthy New Year to you and your families, especially our friends here, our neighbors and fellow Edison residents here with us, and those watching closely from home. And I emphasize watching closely from home. Pertaining to the banned or so-called banned or not banned, it was banned, and if it wasn't, why was Joe Bassoff removed? Why was I holding the flags, a bunch of United States flags, at the podium, and reminded that if I continue, I would forfeit my time? If I continue, then I'll forfeit or would be removed from the meeting, and then removed from the building. What is it? Which is it? You set a precedent. You couldn't control Christo. Friends came to help him. This pertains to the First Amendment and freedom of speech and freedom of expression. And standing here, you told Rob Kentos he couldn't hold the United States Constitution. Okay, this means a lot to everybody here. Not only here, the people watching in the state, in the country, and internationally. We didn't get you there. You got yourselves there. Everything you do and vote on today, you're in the limelight. Just remember that. Okay? I think you should also include the minutes as well. 4 minutes is ridiculous. There's many issues, quality of life issues that's happening that needs to be addressed as well.
Yes,
4 minutes is not enough.
Russ, we need to just stay with this particular ordinance. Thank you.
Right.
You can speak on that during public.
What I'm also opposed at and appalled at is that they didn't even give, Councilwoman Harris, they didn't even give you the decency to be present on the vote. You requested to be here. They denied it. 4 council members voted to move forward and ban the flag. That was uncalled for. That was wrong. You know what? We have backbones. Let's use them. It doesn't matter who's here, who's not here. Just because somebody wants something or wants you to do something, don't rubber stamp it. We should never be here speaking about this today. Thank you.
Thank you, Russ.
You're welcome.
Anyone else to speak on this ordinance? Yes, ma'am. Name and address, please.
Yeah, my name's Terry Beck from Hillsborough, New Jersey. I just want to make sure everybody up there understands whether your status of councilman, president, whatever it might be, you all are enablers of crime, associated to, accomplices to, or direct parties. Every one of you has evidence. The evidence is out. It went to Texas. It went to North Carolina. It's an easy lawsuit. I've run this by the Trump administration for deportating, taking them out, all of them, citizens or not. If you ban and if you disrespect the flag, you're gone. That was a true violation of Title IV. I don't know if you guys read the Constitution or understand law, but maybe that should be a requirement for everybody to be up there, which I will propose to Trump. Because you know what? If you don't respect the statutes, the ordinance, and you don't follow the law, I'm looking to turn people in like all of you. So I've got my hands full, and I know it. I have you all documented. You guys are walking on thin ice. I don't know why whoever misled you or the lawyers or whoever it might be, if I would have heard ban the flag or even touch anybody, assault them for any reason, holding something up or a constitution, you know what? I would have charged you, put you in jail right away. Why isn't law enforcement right on your tail? Because you know what? We're going to be promoting people into positions where they're going to crack the whip. They're going to wish they never lived here if you're a criminal. And furthermore, the most important, and I'm going to say this because I know how I am in the biker world, when somebody starts showing disrespect, language flies off the wall. And guess what? You guys all are guilty of the first unlawful, unconstitutional assault. So don't yell at Christo for, oh my God, his language, because you guys created this shit. I'm not doing anything wrong. We're not doing anything wrong. Just show respect or leave the country. Easy answer. Or else we all go to court. That's it.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else? All right.
Motion to close the public.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Lefty.
Lefty Grimes, SativaCross.org, 501c3 here in New Jersey, fighting for disability rights and cannabis patients' rights. I'm glad you repealed the ordinance, and it was a flag ban. You want us to point to where it was. It was very vague for a reason, because it was a ban on everything. It was a ban on the First Amendment. You also banned the Bible, which is even worse. The Bible was also banned, which I was going to hold up. I did hold up a Bible, and that was... you can be sued for something called quo warranto, which is it's not for money. It's just to sue you to prove that you do your job as a public official. And if you can't do your job, you lose your job. I don't even know if they do it anymore, but there is precedent for quo warranto, apparently. So that maybe could be brought into play. But I do think that you can't walk this back. You just move on, say you're sorry, and move on. I mean, don't say that you didn't ban the flag, because you banned the flag. That's why there's people here with flags. That's why this went viral all over the country, because you banned the flag, you banned the Bible, you banned the First Amendment. So Just move on at this point. And it's the first time you ever did anything that was unanimous. Everything's 4-3 in this town. Everything's 4-3. Finally, we saw something unanimous. So I don't know why it has to be a shitstorm for you to do unanimous votes on anything, though. Thank you.
Thank you, Lefty. Anyone else?
Motion to close the public portion?
Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay. Can I get a motion to adopt?
Motion to adopt.
Second.
Okay, can we get, what's that? Who made the first motion on that? Was that was,
AJ.
oh, okay, okay, okay. Can we get a roll call, please? I'm sorry, yes. Are there any, are there any council comments? Yes, Council Vice President? Yes.
Thank you. I will support the repeal of the ordinance. One item that I hope that is eventually reconsidered was the actual process in terms of actually calling to order and anything that is out of order. Because it references going back to Robert's Rules. I have a copy of Robert's Rules. Actually,
Just like your copy of the Constitution?
yes. Actually there.
Please.
And those guidelines are very minimal. So it's actually in protection to people that are speaking in regards to not being, having actually protection in the sense of actual proper process and procedure in any call to order, right? So I understand this repeals those items as well. I'm okay with that for now. I just hope that from a process standpoint, going forward, maybe that is something of consideration. But again, I will be supporting this ordinance in terms of repealing the previous ordinance. Thank you.
Excuse me.
Thank you.
Since you haven't voted yet, could I say one last thing on the ordinance
No,
about
I'm
the
sorry,
flag?
we've closed the.
Will there be another opportunity to speak on that flag issue?
Yes.
Because I
Yes.
have something to say, and I
Yes.
came here from
Yes, sir.
Sussex
Yes,
County
there
to say it.
Yes, there will be.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Any other council comments? Yes, Councilman Brescher?
Yes, I mean, I wish it never happened. I know that there were three of us that were wise enough, wiser than the best law firm in New Jersey to know that it was wrong. Knew that this would turn into a political circus. And I mean, my colleagues and the legal firm, I've been accused myself of bringing everybody here, and I'd like to hear the public. I'd like the public, the people that have come here today, I'd like to hear from you at the end to tell the mayor of this town, to tell the council people at this town, to tell our police officers, because a police officer accused me of bringing everybody to this town. I'd like everybody to kind of stand up at the end and speak and let this body and the mayor know and let it be on a record. I didn't contact anyone. It was them, the elephant in the room that took the dump, that's blaming it on the mouse, okay? Because it's crazy how they make a mistake and then they blame others for their mistake. But because these accusations were out there, a senior police officer accused me of it. It's on video. I'd like them to come up and let the BA know, let our chief know, let our council colleagues know. And if I contacted any of you and asked you to come, do me a favor, tell the truth. Tell the truth and tell them. Thank you very much, Council President.
Okay. Anyone else want to speak?
Council President?
Yes.
As I argued with other speakers in here, obviously, part of this ordinance at that time was the intent of costumes and props. And the issue was different costumes coming to this meeting and whether this council felt it was proper decorum or not. Now, we lost that fight, but never, I think, there was any intention of one council member on this board that we'd be banning a flag. It started with a bong and a baby bong, okay? Now, I may agree or disagree, and I disagree with that, but if that person has the right, they have that right. But we know that it all started from costumes and masks. So let's not hide the fact that you walked our council president right into the bait and Joe Bassoff came up with the flag, and he didn't know how to handle that properly. That was my experience of what I saw. And I think he got poor advice from his counselor next to him, and we all know that. And in 5 seconds, we were a national story. Not one person from this dais jumped out of their chair, including the three, to say, hey, stop. It was over. We went into recess, and he was asked to leave. We were standing up, some of us were in the back, some of us on the side talking, and he was removed. But it was a mistake. That ordinance that was written was wrong from the beginning, but we all know it was not the intent of this council to ban a Bible, American flag, or anything else. Okay? We
Order, please. Excuse me. Please.
I'm just speaking from my position of what I believe, in my opinion, of what the intention of this council was. And if people watch the videos of those who come in here to exercise their free speech, some may call disruption, some may not. It was new to us here, and we made a mistake. And we have.
Please, this is.
We're past that point of you. You're well aware.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This is Councilman Coyle's time. Thank you.
So again, nowhere in the ordinance does it state a Bible, an American flag, a Constitution is banned. And if anybody wants to come up in council in the other part of this session here, which will have another chance to speak, all I ask is come up and read the ordinance. And if they don't, we'll read the ordinance again at that time, that it wasn't that. So just being fair to say what happened in this meeting and how the council president handled it at that time and the poor advice of the counselor at that time. You don't see that counselor here anymore. And it's quite obvious the disturbance we had with that issue, but it happened all in 5 seconds, right? Someone took the bait, a member in the public.
Again, let Councilman Coyle, please let Councilman Coyle have this time, please.
I'm just stating the obvious of what happened here. I'm not happy what happened. A member, a resident came to the dais and said, you took the bait. Person came up here to test what props would be, and that could have went on forever. And that wasn't properly thought through. Whether you show up in a Cinderella costume, whether you show up holding a Bible, whether you show up holding anything. And that was not properly looked through. Poor judgment of how it was written, and we have repealed it. You're well aware of it. I'm quite certain it'll be a 7-0 vote. But let's not hide the fact that some of you are here to gaslight the flag ban as if we wrote it with the intentions of that purpose, and that's not true. So continue your gaslight. Continue your gaslight. It's fine. It's a fact that we did not have the intention of that, and you cannot read one single word in that language that was written that you see the word flag. So just call it what it is of what we wrote and what we voted for. Today, I'm happy.
Russ, please, please. All right, can you finish your comments, Councilman Coyle?
I am happy to support removing this, and thank you, Council President.
Okay, thank you.
Council President.
Let me just see if anyone for the first time. Any other first time? Yeah, yes, Councilman Patil?
Thank you, Council President. Happy to see this ordinance repealed here. Just to remind my council member on the other end, and he said that the 3 people should have jumped. I held the flag in the hand. Ask Council President, will I be asked to be out, or are you going to call police? I held the flag right here. So saying that none of us won is very unfair. Our position was very clear, very clear.
I said jump.
It's, you are more mature and probably oldest person on this council that I should have jumped, but we won. Our job is to warn what is going wrong. And that's the reason I keep pointing. Regardless who comes to the podium, what they wear, what they are talking, listen to them, give them a respect. Why you need to change an ordinance? In fact, that's one of my talking point at the end when I'm going to give the statement. We created the circus. Blame this dais. Blame the leadership. Blame upstairs. Who didn't repeal? He had the power to veto this ordinance, yet it was signed. That's also a disgrace. So we have more adults in this room who could have corrected the situation when time was right. But I always say, better to be late than never. So this council learned what went wrong, and let's move forward. So hence I'll be supporting. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Councilman Brescher?
Yes, I just, you know what it is, I'd like to clear something up after my council colleague here, because if any of my other council colleagues feel that what he said was correct, I'd like to advise you that it was a mistake. What he's alluding to is that nobody up here banned the flag. These people aren't really here just for the American flag, I don't believe. This is about our amendments that were given to us by our founding fathers. Those amendments give people the right to free speech, to protest, to have signs, to use them as props, to get a tattoo on their forehead that might say something offensive. Okay, that's what this is all about. It's not just the flag, but the flag represents what covers all of those amendments that we have. So that's where the offense came. Was first the offense was that Christo can't curse. Everybody knows. I've told him I don't appreciate it, but he has a right. People have come. The whole thing about the Bongholio, we had that. It's all a statement to say that we have these rights. And I was disappointed when my council colleague seemed to think that it was only about the flag, because if that's really what you believe, you are so misguided. You need to go back to school and learn about our amendments and what those amendments really stand for and why people have died for that. I guess I'm correct in my statement that it's not all about the flag. It's about the amendments and the rights. And unless everybody here in this body understands that, everybody's going to continue to come. It's not going to end. You have to acknowledge the rights given to us by our U.S. Constitution. It's not just about the flag. And that's what my point was. So thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yeah.
Council President?
Yeah, Councilman Patel?
I believe the council does have a right to have decorums, and I think the guidance that was given was, again, misguided, and it could have been written better to adhere and at the same time have the freedom of speech aspect covered. But again, there are certain portion of this ordinance that could be saved, but I believe at this point, like I said in my statements earlier, we're gonna have to start again, and maybe we can do a better job next time. But I do agree that there needs to be decorum because, again, this is a chamber of discussion. If we do not have rules of decorum, then it will be chaos and nothing will be done. There's a reason why we have one person recognized and that one person speaks. If everyone is speaking, then no one will be listening. So yes, I understand that everyone is on the idea that the props were banned, and I agree. You know what, maybe that was a little too much of a hindrance of the freedom of speech aspect, and that was the guidance that we were given. But at the same time, I do not agree that no decorum rules are needed, and there could be no limitation to free speech. You know, there's a reason we have a time limit as to so that we can each take turn, and there's a reason why we're all recognized. So going back to the same point, there needs to be decorum, and as Councilman pointed out, there are certain portion of this ordinance that could be saved, and I hope the future council works towards that. Thank you.
Okay. No,
Council
again,
President,
all right.
Point of information.
I'm sorry, Councilman Pointer?
Point of
Council President?
information. What I was referencing particularly is when, excuse me, can I just have some decency? Thank you. Yeah.
No. Excuse me for 1 moment. Yes. I need to respectfully ask this audience to wait for your turn to speak, and we listen to you when you speak. we ask the same, ask for the same respect and not interrupting in between. I'm asking you that as a favor. It will help the meetings go more smoothly, and so I'm hoping I can get that kind of respect back from you. Councilman Pointer?
Thank you. I'm just trying to offer a point of clarification to make sure that my words are not misconstrued. It's a form of speech. He's literally attacking me, man. Anyways, when someone is called, or a point of order is called, and someone is found to be out of order, there are processes that should be followed in order to make sure that what happened before does not happen, right? If a point of order was made and he was found to be out of order, then you ask to please sit down, right? Or to stop the behavior first. If that is not followed, then it was asked to sit down. And if a continued disruption happened, then it would be to remove. Having those orders of process actually allows for a better run meeting in the event of any breach. Those are the items that I'm mentioning. None of the items of being restricted or anything like that. Those items that there's an order of a process to follow in the event that a breach occurs. So I just wanted to be clear on that. Thank you, Council
Thank you,
President.
Council Vice President.
Council President.
Yes.
I'll be brief. I just want to wrap up. It's fair to say that we all know the American flag is standing out front, is right behind us right here. And I would doubt that anybody who disagrees with us will come to the podium and say they see a flag. And as this went out of control for what we stated before, no one talked about flags being everywhere in the Township of Edison. We talked about one moment, and in 5 seconds, a speaker came to the podium, Joe Bassoff, with a flag, and he was removed in 5 seconds. That's where it drops, the anchor. But we know we've saluted the flag here thousands of times. We raised the flag thousands of times. The flag is up front. So come to the podium and tell me you don't see flags around this township. They're everywhere. Okay. And you definitely have proved this ordinance to be wrong. And we heard you, and you know that. And we've repealed it. Our council president apologized, okay? And some people walked him right into this. And they were clever in what I'll claim to be a prop. They knew this was going to be a problem right from the minute it was written. And that is their prerogative. And that mistake was on him at that time. And there's a fact. But it's good. It's gone. It's never going to come back again. But I'd hope a few of you who disagree with me would come to the podium during the public portion and talk about the flags you see around this township. Because none of them have ever been removed, and they've been here all the time. One speaker, one moment, 5 seconds at one meeting, and that is over indefinitely. That will never happen again. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Councilor President.
Let me button. Councilman Patil, did you want to say something else?
Yeah, I just want to say that in audience, please listen to the council member, be respectful, hold on your emotions. You will have your time to express those emotions at the podium, but until then, please, if we can maintain the respect to this dais, will be really helpful and will really appreciate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Patil. I appreciate that. Just to button this up, this was an unforced error, and it opened up a Pandora's box like nobody's ever seen before. And we got some bad advice about this, that we took this way too far. Do we need decorum? Of course we need decorum. And that's why I'm saying, as a new council president, I'd really like to maintain order in this chamber. This is a sacred chamber, and we've got important business to do. And I'm asking, once again, I'm gonna follow up on what Councilman Patil said and what I said before. I do ask you for the respect that I give you as the public. I mentioned in my remarks on Monday how I do respect the public, and that we as a council need to respect the public. And I'm asking for that same respect in return. I'm glad that this ordinance will be adopted. It will be adopted unanimously, and it's a sad chapter in our history that didn't need to happen, but it did happen, and we're going to hopefully shut this chapter moving forward. So thank you very much. At this point, can I get a roll call?
Councilmember Brescher.
Yes.
Councilmember Coyle.
Yes.
Councilmember Patel.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil.
Yes.
Councilmember Pointer.
Yes.
Councilmember Shmuel.
Yes.
Council President Harris.
Yes. Okay, adopted. Okay, now we go to public comment on the resolutions, just the resolutions only. I'm sorry? What? Did you say something?
No, it's just.
Okay. So in the public comments to the resolutions, and this, again, this is the new procedure I want to follow, is to have Edison residents come up first and just to get in line. You don't have to raise your hand, you can just get in line. Any Edison residents who want to speak on the ordinance, and when we're done with the Edison residents, then we can invite the others. So, yes, yes. And when you speak on a resolution, just please give us the number of the resolution. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Christo?
Thank you, that's the name they gave me. Is R717 still on the agenda?
R717.
The one with the library board?
It is, yes.
It is. Through the chair, Councilman Brescher, Patil, and Margot Harris. So what Councilman John Pointer said earlier was wrong because he's a dipshit. Through Council President to Brescher, hey, Councilman Brescher. So they admit that the woman lives in the same housing complex as Mayor Sam Joshi. He says to not consider this person's discrimination. A conflict of interest is not discrimination. Where did John Pointer get his law degree? Through the chair, Councilman Brescher, at which point are the adults in the room going to tell him to shut his fucking mouth? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Here he calls a conflict of interest discrimination. So that if that's the case, there would never be a conflict of interest for anybody. Let's just get rid of the term conflict of interest, because if that ever happens, it's discrimination according to John Pointer. Everybody has the right. My God, common sense and logic, you know? Even street smarts, they don't have it. They don't have it, and then they wonder how they get outsmarted all the time by potheads. By potheads. But it's true, Margot. It's true. I'm sorry, I love you, I respect you, but it's been building up. It's been building up. It was 1 year of him building this all up.
Okay, Christo, can we just speak to that resolution?
But back to the library board. Yeah. Through the chair to Councilman Brescher. Councilman Brescher, so not just is the appointment a conflict of interest, that lawyer's a conflict of interest. That lawyer's for Assemblyman Coughlin's law firm, and we all know if you look at the change.org petition that the Chinese community did against Mayor Sam Joshi, one of the accusations was he was going to remove the funds from the library board to BCB Bank, that's not an authorized dealer of this township. And why don't, for this, any resolution that has to do with the library, you should get another law firm to come in here and give you advice, an independent law firm, since obviously there's a conflict of interest. They monetarily, they had economic gain from this corruption. And you're going to take their advice? They want you to take that. They want these people in. Don't you see what's going on? Dipshit John Pointer. I wish I would have let one of these guys come up, because what I wanted to explain was when he made his comments on the library board, what dipshit comments those were to claim that a conflict of interest, you can't raise those because it's discrimination. In and of itself is discrimination. Absolutely. There he is, Councilman John Pointer. Through the chair to Councilman John Pointer. Can you please explain to the public how a conflict of interest is discrimination? Yeah. Can you please explain to us how a conflict of interest is discrimination?
I didn't say a conflict of interest was a discrimination.
Yes, he did, and I'm going to go back to the tape. It's going to be played, and then we're going to edit the part what he just said right now, just to prove he's a liar. He can't even remember what he says. Are you on drugs, sir? Are you on drugs? No. Through the statements he made earlier in regards to the library board makes me, a reasonable person, believe this guy's on fucking drugs,
Christo,
drug
I'm sorry,
testing.
Christo, that's inappropriate.
This is slander. Like, honestly, Council President, that's slander.
It's the comments he made.
Please sit down. Thank you. Okay. Joel, go ahead.
Joel Bassoff, Edison. Okay, so this resolution number 717 of 2024 regarding the library board nominees, it's problematic both legally and substantively. The legal impediment is that, well, for one thing, if, as council said, the mayor withdrew the nomination from the December agenda, then this is a new nomination, and our municipal code requires 7 days notice. So if you're just receiving now this nomination today, or if it was just Monday, you have not had the 7 days to consider it. Secondly, the ordinance, our municipal code requires that nominations for boards and commissions be accompanied by a resume. And I've heard that at least one of them was not accompanied by a resume. And in any event, we were told that the resume of the other nominee was transmitted electronically. Now, I remember last year when, for example, the public ordinance proposal was raised to the council, there was an objection from the council president at that time that it was not in writing, even though it had been transmitted to the council by email. So to be consistent, if a document to be submitted to the council in writing has to be on a piece of paper, it should apply to this too. You should have received a paper resume in the packet. And in any event, the council as a whole has not had an opportunity to completely vet the nominees. One member of the council said that he spoke to one of the nominees, but there should be a process for all of the members of the council to at least get a report of a committee designated to vet the nominees. So we don't know what experience do these nominees have that makes them uniquely qualified to serve on a library board. Do they even have library cards? The bylaws of the library board recommend that any appointee to the library board at the very least have a library card. Do they utilize the libraries? What do they know about the libraries? We heard from council that one of the problems that the mayor had with the incumbents on the board is that the renovation of the library has taken too long. Well, that might not be a bad thing. As we've heard, there were problems with the previous architect, and the fact that the renovation is taking a while means that they're doing it carefully and deliberately. It's not something that you would want to rush through, and if these mayoral nominees for the library board intend to rush it through and give contracts to unqualified vendors, well, that's a reason to reject them. We also have very fresh memories of the attempt of the mayor to take the Clara Barton branch building from the library, and there's a legitimate concern that if these nominees for the library board are being nominated because they are loyalists, because they will just do the bidding of the mayor, then once again, that branch will be at risk. And I have to tell you, the people of this town are not going to forget, and they're not going to forget who was responsible for that. So you need to get your 7 days notice. You need to look at the resumes. You need to have an opportunity, all of you, to talk to the nominees. You haven't had that, so it shouldn't have even been on the agenda for today, but having gone on the agenda, the only responsible thing to do is to either reject these nominees or table the nominations. And, well, I had other ordinances, resolutions I needed to speak to, but my time is up.
Thank you, Joel.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Kemi?
Hi, Margot. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And Happy New Year.
Name and address.
Kemi Omani, 79 6th Street.
Thank you.
Edison, here in New Jersey. I have come to talk about Ordinance 717,
Wait,
the one for
resolution.
the library board
Yes.
appointments.
Yeah, okay.
So, it has all had to do with the process of making mistake by the mayor and letting other people take in his fall. President Pat Massey and Sue O'Neill are highly qualified people to remain on the board. We know this particular appointment is from the mayor, is purely political. And the library board should be neutral and should not be a tool for mayors to do his will and his bids. President Pat Massey is one of the state library trust board. He's even on the state board. So if he lose this particular, what is it called? It means that we lose the opportunity as Edison to be a president on the state level. And those are one of those things that make the library good. The people that is bringing in, we are not too sure who they are. We know that it's possible that they are one of those people that will say yes. We are the Clarabati, we know the pattern of lies and gross irresponsibility of those people that are supposed to be representing us. And I will talk to the two of you about it. Councilman John and Kwal will never be able to do anything right by Clarabati. They are not man enough. They can't do anything right by us. And by the way, the two of you were talking to each other, other people are here. When you finish talking, they will pick it up. You are just disgracing yourself. Yeah. Other people are given the same assignment to talk, but they decide to keep quiet. When Councilman Quest finish speaking, you pick it up. This particular year, try and listen to people and understand what is going on. I want to say a very big thank you to the DPW, all the workers that worked through the time that they were fixing the water break, and the work in the cold and the
Excuse me,
Christmas.
Kimmy, we're just
No
dealing
problem,
with.
I'm still coming to them. The two of you should tell the mayor, there's already a water break again. We want those two people on the library board, and simply because they are qualified. We don't want that particular board to become one of those irrelevant boards that is not independent. We want them there. We don't want you to take away their lawyers or the Anthony. The Anthony was telling us that the mayor wants the nomination by the next meeting. You don't want them to take a decision? You just want them to put it on paper and just send it down to that place. Everyone on that particular board, as we are talking, if you take the two of them off, they don't have anything to do with the library. That particular board and position should not be a pacifier to your followers or those people that that want to do your will. Remember, election is coming, and God help us, it has consequences for everybody.
Okay. Liz?
Elizabeth Conway, 20 Netherwood Circle. I'd like to talk about Resolution 717. I know the mayor nominates those he feels should take spots on the various boards or committees or commissions in town. And then the council confirms it at a meeting. I don't know these two people. I don't know if you know these two people. But what I know to make sense was what the council president said at the beginning of the meeting. And that struck me as, wow, someone said something that makes sense. If you are to take a nomination from the mayor, it might be the two best people for the board. I don't know them, but you need to stand by his nomination. And in order to stand by his nomination, you should be able to look at their resumes, discuss with them, and make a very good decision for each one of you. A blatant 4-3 was sad because the statement made sense and it didn't seem like anyone was listening to the sense of what the council president was saying. And it struck me that, wow, that sounds like a good idea. Why are they not going for it? At least putting off. They could be the best people. And in 2 weeks, those 2 people could be nominated for all I know. But at least you're following the common sense rule of we have a nomination, we looked into it, we feel the nomination is correct, let's move forward. And if they do a good job, good for you. If they don't do a good job, when their time is up, you approve someone else. So when it comes to this resolution, I appeal to you. Think about what you're doing. Don't just go that 4-3 route. Please consider common sense and judge the intelligent way. Thank you.
Russ?
Russ Azzarello, Schuyler Drive, Edison. I propose, I'm against Resolution 717, 12, 20, 24. I do happen to know Pat Massey. I do happen to know Sue O'Neill. I have been to the libraries. I have worked at the libraries with my business. And I'm not sure if this is a pay-to-play, nepotism, favoritism. But why would you have two members with a decade of experience that know the libraries, know the ins and outs, know what's best for the library, what's best for the Edison residents at the libraries? Why would you take somebody out of that position, two people out of those positions, and put them with somebody that we don't even know if they're qualified? Councilman Patel doesn't even have the other resume. We don't know who these people are. Maybe I'll apply for that position. Would you hire me? Would you approve me at this point? That's not fair. If they are better qualified, then let them go through the process. If there hasn't been ample time, if not each and every 7 council members haven't received the resume to review it, then don't even table it. Forget about it. Cancel it. Cancel this ordinance. I oppose it. That's number 1. Number 2, Resolution 008-012-025. The municipal budget shall be prepared by the mayor with the assistance of the business administrator during the month of November. The mayor shall require all department heads to submit requests for appropriations for the ensuing budget year and to appear before the mayor or the business administrator at public hearings, which shall be held during that month on the various requests.
What resolution, Council President?
Yes.
What resolution is that?
He said 008 is what you said, right?
Correct.
This is professional services contracts, Russ.
Oh, I'm sorry, 009.
No, that's the same.
That's the planners.
Okay. So if this wasn't, if a public hearing wasn't made in November, the same month that this was proposed, it shouldn't be.
Speaker's out of order. He's not speaking on a resolution.
You said you're speaking on 009, which that's the resolution awarding the professional services contract for the planners. It doesn't sound like what you're talking about.
Council President?
Yes.
I just want to help guide. I think Mr. Azzarello is speaking of the temporary budget.
Then that would be out of order because that was voted on at the last meeting. So he's out of order. Yeah.
Why am I out of order? It's on here.
No, it's not. Please reference a resolution that you're speaking on.
Council President,
Resolution 008-012-025.
Council
So
President,
that's
I
a
think
professional services resolution. That's not a budget
Right.
matter.
Council President, I think he's talking about the agenda that was originally provided on Monday prior to us establishing the combined meeting, which at that point also had the
Yeah,
work session
yeah,
on
that's
there.
probably-
So that may be the reason of the confusion.
He's
with
still
the
out of order.
inclusion of-
Yeah.
He's out of order.
Yeah.
All right, does this pertain to Resolution 008 or 009?
No, that was voted on at the last meeting, so that's not appropriate for this resolution.
You can come at the end and say the same thing.
Yeah.
All right, so why is it on here then?
Because you're looking at an old agenda. That meeting was combined to tonight. That was voted on at the reorg. That's a temporary budget. That's what you're talking about.
All right, Joe, before I step down, is that it? All right, thank you.
Okay, thanks,
You're
Russ.
welcome.
Okay, Rob?
Rob Cantos, 61 Meadow. How can I put this? 717. Maybe I should mention, I really don't like to mention organizations I'm with, but I am the president of the Metuchen Edison Historic Society. I'm also on the board of trustees for the Danish Home. I'm the vice commander over at the American Legion Post 435. You know, the library board, you know, interacting with the community and stuff. I see Miss Massey a lot. I don't see these other people. But, you know, you heard enough of that from everybody else. Here's what I want to ask, because nobody seems to think ahead up there. We're talking about possibly, somebody mentioned up there, possibly just tabling one and doing the other one. So who wins the battle? Does Miss Massey lose her job, or does O'Neill lose her job? You know, if you pull one off, who's the loser? Who gets to stay? Who gets to go? Or you guys get to decide that today? I mean, it's just so comical. You know, we all know that the boards are political. We all know that these committees are political hires. I could give you the best example ever. If you had to pick one or two people to be on the Historic Preservation Committee for Edison Township, let's assume Walter's not here, right? Well, he's not here. But let's take Walter Stolschel out of the picture, right? Let's say you retired, moved to California or something, and you had to pick one person. Who'd that person be up there? Do you know I can't get on that board? It's like throwing Edison at Edison. It's the most comical thing ever. Every year I file an application, and every year my application is denied. It is the most comical thing. I asked Rinky Singh in a group chat that we have for the EDO. I asked her if Sam paid his condo fees in consideration of this ordinance up here, and she replied back something to the effect, Sam's a really good guy. So, you know, I looked on the court website and NJ Courts, and you could see that Sam had not paid his condo. They filed against him in 19, 20, 21, 22. He might have paid him in 23, but then they filed again in 24. Rinky Singh, she sits on the board of his HOA. She has to vote. If they're going to sue him, if they're not going to sue him, all that stuff comes up for vote. You know, that could be a problem, couldn't it? You know, just those factors alone. You know, you have the mayor appointing somebody to a board. We don't know if his condo association fees are paid, but we do know he hasn't paid them in the past. And the person he's appointing happens to be on his HOA board. No comments? She didn't want to comment either, so. That's all I got, guys.
Okay, thanks, Russ. Any other, okay, Akhtar?
Akhtar Nasser, Pleasant Avenue. So it seems like a lot of these people back here have done their research, and I'm not quite sure. I know one of you did your research, but there's a lot of stuff that needed to be answered. So I'm talking about Resolution R717-122024. The four of you made a mistake about the decorum ordinance, and you've made other mistakes as well. I could kind of see that there. I'm going to get to my point with this. I'm going to tell you that this is one of those things that's going to be one of those big problems. So if you want to continue to make mistakes like that, go ahead. Don't heed my advice. So there are a couple things that have been repeated that I'm going to repeat here. One, you're in violation of Ordinance 2-2.10, giving the 7 days written notice to the council about the resumes and anything else that's associated with this. None of you have anything that's printed, as Joel said. And again, does that only apply to residents? When Joel couldn't go ahead and do what he had to, he just barely had the papers for you guys, and then we were able to talk about it. Or you guys not have to do that? Is it, a difference between residents and also council members at different rules? Do any of you guys know the bylaws of the library? I mean, if you're going to go ahead and choose the people here, you should know what the recommendations are. I bet if I gave you a pop quiz right now, you would fail. I have doubts that you're going to find anyone better than Pat Massey. How can you get somebody better that's on the New Jersey State Board? Or any of those two other people better than Pat Massey? Councilman Pointer, again, I'm glad that you always do your due diligence, but we can't say that about everybody else that's up there. You have more information than anyone else, but shouldn't we be on the same playing field? Shouldn't everybody have the same data? So that's where the committee would actually be important. And I think that you should go ahead and do what the council president wanted to do. I think it's fair. And again, you should have all the information. Don't you think that it would be appropriate for anyone that's going to go and try to be on the board to be present here so that you guys can ask questions, so they can say, hey, this is who I am? Or if they do have their nomination go through, then we can go ahead and give them a round of applause. I think that would be relevant and appropriate. It seems like you need the subcommittee to have paper copies, follow recommendations, have relevant information about the candidates, and know how many resumes were gathered. There's a lot that I have to say, but in 4 minutes that I'm not going to be able to say everything. So I have questions about why did we move the December 23rd date? Why did the mayor go ahead and say that, let's go ahead and vote on it another day? It's truly because you didn't have the votes. Had it gone on that day, these two people would not have been able to get approval. So I would love to hear some other counter argument. Or maybe the mayor didn't like the candidates. Or maybe there were new candidates came in. For instance, myself, on the 23rd, I put in for the library board as well. I wonder if I have any consideration for that. Probably not. We need better transparency. We need to advertise these boards a lot better. I asked twice already to go ahead and do that. The BA did not respond to it. The mayor did not as well. Wouldn't we want the general population to go ahead and put in their applications? Isn't it more people better that you're going to have better qualified people? Just because the mayor gives you nominations doesn't mean you have to accept them. You have to vet them. And you have to look through every single thing about these people. I'm not going to mention the people that are being nominated right now, but I want to know, again, what their experience, just like everybody else. Have they been on the Friends of the Library? Pat Massey has gone to probably every single one of those. Again, with Pat and Sue, they were told on October 10th with the mayor that they have strong consideration to go ahead and be the appointments. Why weren't they? Why was it on the 12/19 council agenda? That's where they kind of found out that they weren't going to go ahead and be approved. That's just sad. It's not right. Why wasn't it that at the last library board meeting, why didn't the mayor come up there and say, good job to you guys. I'm sorry, I'm not going to go ahead and let you guys continue, but you did a great job. So it's just ridiculous what's going on here. I have so much to say, but I do not have time.
Thank you, Akhtar. Go ahead, Anthony.
Anthony Deamron, Wiley Ave. If it is true, and this one individual regarding the resolution for the library board, I guess, 717, if she is on the HOA, we've got to find that out, and if she is, that is. I don't know. I don't know if that's not a conflict. I don't know what it is. I will say this too. I believe they're both Democrat committee people, and the mayor, when he was a councilman, sat here at the desk and pontificated to every single one of us, and he was right actually at the time that too many people would be given these types of positions that because of their committee men or women status, and he was 100% right there. I agree with him then. But apparently he's not finding, he's not following his own thinking. And if these aren't, it makes you wonder. It's hard to argue against the fact that these aren't political. So if he owes his HOA association money and she sits on the HOA, I think that's a no-brainer. Shame on anybody if they vote on that. And again, two Democrat committee people. Out of all the people in this town, we can't find, that these are the only two qualified is quite something. But that's That's it, Council President. Thank you.
Thank you. Diana?
Diana Duffy, 86 Laurel Hollow Court. Listening to this library issue, and I don't know Miss O'Neill. I do know Pat Massey. I've known Pat Massey probably for the better part of 40 years. We worked together at South Plainfield High School. I don't know anyone more capable. She's beyond capable. She's brilliant, she's knowledgeable, and I doubt if anybody could do better than she could do. So if it's not broken, don't fix it, and keep her. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana. Any other Edison residents?
Motion to close the public portion?
No, no. This is, when non-Edison residents, can you line up?
Sorry, I didn't realize you did that.
Yes, sir. Name and address?
My name is Joseph Mendez. I'm from Sussex County.
Okay.
I came down not to vent or denigrate anybody or attack anybody. I don't know any one of you. I've never met any one of you. I don't know anybody behind me except for maybe two guys that I came
Sir,
with.
which resolution are you speaking on?
I don't know. I'm here to talk about the American flag. I don't know which resolution it is.
No, that's not on the resolutions, sir. You can speak, the time to speak on that would, I think we already did the,
General
yeah,
public comment.
yeah.
Okay, so it's coming up.
Yes.
Yeah,
All
not there
right.
yet.
Yeah.
Thank
Sorry.
you.
Yes, thank you, sir. Anybody else, non-Edison resident, want to speak on the resolutions? Okay, motion to close?
Motion to close the public portion?
Give a second?
Second.
Thank you. And, all right.
All in favor?
Yes, all in favor? Sorry. Sorry, still, all right, I'll get it straight. I'll get this straight.
We got you.
Okay. All right, and now we move to proposed resolutions, and my council colleagues, anything you'd like to pull for a separate vote?
Just that portion of that one.
That portion of the 717? The library board?
No, he's-
So I think you're
he's
talking about the
speaking for
architectural contract for
Oh,
Sage?
RO35.
Oh, okay,
We're going to pull that.
the professional services to remove
okay.
one.
Councilman Brescher, just so I understand, it's the architectural services portion, correct?
Correct.
Gotcha.
Okay, so that's 035.
Sage Architect.
Where's that on mine?
We don't have that on the board.
Oh,
because we just-
okay, all right, so that's 03. Yeah, 035, okay. Anyone else?
Council President, 707,
Which one, 717?
717.
Okay, 717.
717.
Uh-huh,
A request to split or
That
do
was,
the separate
Ajay.
roll call.
okay,
Ajay, wait,
yeah, did that one.
he did 717.
Yeah, so we have 035, we have 717. Anyone else want to pull anything? Okay, so we are looking to approve the consent agenda, which would be, let me get this straight. It would be 732 through.
We're taking 8 out.
We're taking,
8's being removed.
yeah, 8 is, sorry, so 732, and we're removing 008.
And
we're-
we're
oh,
adding
and then-
19
Oh,
through,
Okay, all right, 19 through 35, and that was through 35, so 19
through 36.
through 36, but minus 035. That's what,
Well, we're taking it for separate, right.
yeah, okay. So we have 732, and then we have 009 through 036, and removing 717. All right. So, okay, so Councilman Patil, you want to speak on 717?
I think we should move the motion.
Okay.
Motion
Oh,
to. the-
I'm sorry, I'm
motion
sorry.
To approve the consent agenda except the one that are pulled.
Right, okay. Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, all right. We got a roll call?
Councilmember Brescher.
Yes.
Councilmember Coyle.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil. Oh, Councilmember Patel.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil.
Yes.
Councilmember Poyer.
Yes.
Councilmember Shmuel.
Yes.
Council President Harris.
Yes. Okay. All right, now we go on to 717.
717, I would prefer to split because, as I said, like, I don't have the resume of at least one nominee. So if you can, again, that's my request. If you want to call the roll call for the approval separately, I would be That's my preference, but it's up to the council.
Yes.
Council President, can I ask council, is there a legal issue with the candidate, the 7-day issue? Is there a significant? No.
No, there's not. These names were provided as far back as December 23rd. To me, that's notice. The idea is that notice be provided to council. The clear intent of the code is to make sure that names aren't given to you and then you're voting on them that night. So clearly, the idea is that there be notice to council. You had these at least 2 weeks ago, these names were before council. So in my opinion, the 7-day requirement has been met.
Thank you.
Okay. So what are we doing here? Yes.
I also have a clarification. The conflict of interest. I read into the bylaws of the library, and it says something along the lines of that, if they're getting financial benefits from any decisions they made. So would that conflict of interest be even applied?
It's awfully difficult. I mean, I've heard a lot of rumor this evening, no facts, no real evidence to link anything to anyone.
Right.
But based on what I've heard, the limited information that I've heard, without any support, I don't see any conflict of interest.
Okay. All right. Any other comments?
No, that was,
Make a motion to approve 717?
On council.
Second.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Council President, I
Yes.
think the proper procedure would be to ask for a division of the question so that we can separate both, each candidate out. So a motion for the division of the question to separate out each of the candidates.
That would require a second.
Council President, just point of order. If we were to just vote on 717 and it votes through, this separation is over. So I just,
Correct.
maybe you should at least, either we have a motion to separate, I just don't feel it's necessary to separate something that I would believe is going to pass anyway. But, I mean, it's obvious, but, I mean, if you want to step into separating, then we have to create a separate resolution for each person. I don't know if the clerk can do that, but we'd have to add another additional resolution on there. I'm open to just, at your approval, to motion to approve 717 and ask for a second through your council presidency and ask for a roll call.
Council President, just want to respond back to my council colleague for 008. It's a whole bundle. We are pulling one vendor out of that.
Oh, I was speaking for 717.
I
wasn't
understand,
speaking-
but
I
we
wasn't
have to
speaking
give the same treatment to both. Either you are saying you take it all or none.
Well, I'm in agreement on one and disagree with the other. I mean, we're beating a dead horse right here. I think we're well aware of that.
Council
But-
President, just to clarify, I think his statement is that if it passes as combined, does it matter to split it?
It does.
Yeah, he may want to support one and not support the other, and that's a courtesy.
Fine, okay.
I believe there's been a motion to divide the question, but I have not heard a second.
Second on divide the question.
Now, I would go to a roll call, we would go to a vote on, yeah.
A motion to adopt, AJ did not.
No.
What do you
No,
mean?
motion to divide by Councilman Pointer,
Divide.
second by Councilman
Oh, to
Patel.
divide.
So if that motion Madam Clerk, if that motion is adopted, then we'll just call each name individually.
So this is the motion to divide. I want to make sure.
Yes, correct, correct.
Okay, so the motion was made by,
Council President, before we go into a vote, if we do divide, and a question was raised before, who would they replace? Who would one replace over the other? Is that our choice? Is that the mayor's choice?
Yes. Yes.
The terms have, I'm sorry, I'll answer that one. The terms have expired. So these individuals are no longer library board members. So there are vacancies.
Wait, I'm sorry. Could you explain? Excuse me. Please.
The terms have expired, and there are no holdover status for appointments to the library board.
But it's not, let's just say if we approve someone, there's a meeting next Tuesday.
Correct.
If we approve one tonight, but we hold off on the other one, the question is going to be who's going to be sitting in those chairs?
Only the one, and there'd be a vacancy on the second.
Only the one, and then you're saying that, let's say it's Sue O'Neill who is,
Both individuals who have terms have expired are no longer members of the library board.
Wow.
What?
Okay,
Apologize.
so, all right, so,
Council President, I believe that might be, I think in the laws, it states that the person continues or something like that.
Only if it's a shared library, when it's in a
Haven't done it
municipal
yet.
library. We've done the research, a memo has been drafted by my firm. Yeah, Council President, it's awfully hard.
yes, please,
Okay.
Christo, I'm asking for order.
Please, guys, we're trying to get the answer
Yeah.
so we can vote properly.
We have been asked by the administration to review this question, and their terms have expired. There is no holdover status. So these individuals that have been spoken about this evening are no longer library board members. There are now 2 vacancies.
Okay.
Yeah.
That, yeah, I do question that. Could you?
I'm happy to provide that research
I
too.
wish, yeah,
Yes.
please do. It's very confusing. All right, so where are we?
So now
It's the same for the planning board.
let's get this straight. There's a motion on the table made by Councilman Pointer, second by Councilmember Patel,
And then that's
to
just-
divide to vote on this separately.
Yes.
Okay.
Once
So
we do that,
let's
then
take-
after that, we
So
can
now
vote.
let's take the vote on to divide them up separately.
Yes.
But then,
Okay.
all right, we'd have to decide who's going to be.
All right, so we're doing.
I mean, if I can, Council President, would be fair that we commit to voting for 717 for the first name, and we create a second resolution at the council clerk's numerical order she recommends?
37.
It'd be R37. So the Councilman Patil would have to make a motion to leave 717 as is and remove one member to R37. Would that be correct, Counselor?
Yes.
So what, so on,
Can I clarify the motion then?
so then what member, yeah, so then.
So
This is very, okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Somebody wanna
So
handle
on
it?
three,
It's
on
very,
17, which one are we going to vote on? Which member are you keeping on 17?
First.
the first name,
Which is, okay, wait.
Lavi Kabadi.
All right, so we're taking the vote now on Plavi.
And that's the one that we don't have the resume for?
Correct.
Okay.
And then immediately, following that vote, there'll be a vote on Rinki Singh.
Ricky Singh, and she would have a new resolution number, which would be 037.
Sounds great.
Okay?
Yep.
So we're all.
And each
in-
one will be voted separately. Both. There you go. Okay.
So the motion has to be made to,
There is a motion and a second.
Council
We're ready
President,
for a roll call. Madam
Make a
Clerk.
motion to approve 717 for the one name.
Councilman Coyle, it's already been, we've motioned and seconded. We just need the roll call to divide the question.
Council,
no, wait,
Yeah.
this motion was to divide it, we didn't say.
Yeah, yeah.
Now you're.
Councilman
Doesn't, no, we're not, it's just to separate it. That's all
All
we're
right,
voting on
so
right
this
now.
is just to separate this vote.
All right,
Correct.
okay.
All right.
Roll call, please.
Separate.
All right.
Councilmember Brescia.
yes, to separate.
Councilmember Coyle.
Yes, to separate to 2 resolutions, R717 and R37.
Councilmember Patel. Councilmember Patil.
Yes.
Councilmember Pointer.
yes on the motion.
Councilmember Shmuel.
Yes.
Council President Harris.
Yes.
All right, so this is just to divide it. That's the,
Now just call each name individually.
now we're going to keep. 4717.
No,
One would be for
no, Council President.
now we need a motion to accept or whatever.
Council President, motion to approve resolution 717.
Second.
And,
No.
and so in a motion to approve,
Plavi.
were we talking about, when splitting, were we talking about, would splitting mean tabling one of them?
No. So now that the question has been split,
Okay.
we immediately proceed to calling the name of Pallavi Kabadi and a vote on that individual for a library board, for advice and consent of a library board appointment. Immediately following that vote, we'll go to a vote on Rinki Singh, and each one will be voted on separately. So we're
Okay.
to call the question on those individual names, because we've divided the question now.
Now, Council President.
Councilman Brusher, I have a motion on the floor and a second already. That's been identified.
And a
Correct.
Who else first and who's got the second?
I mean,
Right, so now we should be able to say what we want to say about this one appointment.
Council comments, yeah.
That's what I was asking
Okay.
Council President for,
So we're doing council comments on these?
on the first one.
Right,
Okay.
okay.
My question is, back a few years ago, from the administration agenda, Councilman Brescher talked about resumes. He didn't see the resumes for the library board member. He'd like to make sure candidates are qualified and feels the council should review candidates for all boards. I skipped down to what Joshi said. He just, he's seen the resume. We go to Councilmember Coyle. He agrees moving forward when being asked to support appointments for the administration, they should provide resumes. For the one individual, we did not get the resumes. So I'm just looking to vote to see that. I know that he voted that way this time. I was just going to see if he's like the mayor on the flip-flopper kind of thing on the wards. So I just wanted that statement there. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else?
That was the apology.
Council President, I received the resume and I'm satisfied with the applicant.
Wait, you received the resume?
It was uploaded to the site.
Oh, when was that?
We have,
We just discussed
both the last I saw, we only had Rinky's.
I don't have it.
Yeah.
Can we pull him up, Sonia? Could somebody here show me the resume?
That was uploaded yesterday, I believe.
The other one?
But again, there is no notification saying, that's the reason I said, the packet I considered is the Bible.
Friday.
Because that is the one that is published agenda outside. If you manipulate, do anything outside of that, I don't consider that as an update unless clerk notifies the entire council saying there is change that includes resume, application, anything that sort of a nature. And that's the reason I'm asking for the first, yes, the protocol is followed as far as the application, resume, awareness, everything is fine. But for the second one, if you are uploading because there is a question on Monday, that's unfair, and there is no notification this to council. And as I said in the past, if you have vote and you want to just pass it just because you have votes, it's your choice. But as far as process is concerned, I strongly think the process was not followed, and it is unfair for this body just to vote what mayor wants. Thank you.
Councilman Patel?
Okay, so like the council said, we know which candidates are to be voted on, and I have spoken with both of them, and I have done my due diligence, and one of them has volunteered for 3 townships in their libraries. The other one is a treasurer, they know, and they're an active part of this community, and I believe they're good candidates. I want to thank Pat and Sue for their services. They have served for 10 years, and again, this is a mayoral appointment, so we have to vote on what is in front of us. And if this is what the mayor had chosen, and I believe they could do a good job, I'm okay to vote for them. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Council President, I'll make the last remark here. I don't think any one of us are questioning the credibility or the resume of both the individuals. I know them personally. Both are graduate. It's not that question, it's the question of did this body follow the process? And that's where my question is. If the process is not followed, I will not be comfortable in supporting. Thank you.
Anyone else?
Council President?
Yes. Council Vice
I've
President.
asked, legal on their advice in regards to the process items that my colleague mentions. I echo the sentiments that Councilman Patel mentioned in regards to the service of all the expired terms on the library board, because while it focuses on just 2, there have been 3 terms that have technically expired, with one that is technically retiring, to my understanding. So just to elaborate on that, the thank you and the gratitude for service absolutely is extended. And to echo finally that while it is because it's a mayoral appointment, I take it at that value and do my review, diligence, and decision based on what is presented in front of me. So with that, thank you, Council President.
All right, for myself, I've served as a liaison on this library board the years 2023 and 2024. And I cannot say enough about Pat Massey and Sue O'Neill. They have done wonderful work. Their leadership is to be admired and held up as a beacon of how a library board should be run. I've been so this is nothing personal to Pallavi and to Rinky. I know Pallavi, and she's a lovely person. I don't know Rinky. I serve on the EDO also, and so they're both on the EDO. I just don't know Rinky. This is nothing personal about them. This is on principle. And I'm very disturbed about how this whole process has come down. I'm disturbed because what the mayor told me is that he, first of all, it was about, 3 years ago, that he had put through the fact that these rehab projects for the libraries needed to be done, and they didn't do it, and even though it's being done now, they are both in process. This whole issue with the architect, it has been problematic. I don't see this as being something that was the fault of the leadership of the library board. Then I was told another reason from the mayor was, well, they've served a long time. Well, maybe so, and I think that's to their credit. This is a hard volunteer job, but there are no term limits for the library board, and there have been plenty of boards that we have where people have served for a long time. I don't think that's to their detriment. Well, don't you think that other people deserve a chance? That's fine if there are other people who step off. We have Lisa Krause, whose term expired also, and so that leaves that opening. But so Pallavi and Rinky might be extremely qualified, but why? Well, this is the old, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Why replace the excellence that we have with people who might be good, but we have excellence? And why do we need to replace that? I don't know whether there's some political considerations involved. I don't know if this had to do with the whole Clara Barton situation and the independence of the library. But on principle, I am going to have to vote no on these two appointments. And again, it's nothing personal. It's about principle, and it's about having been the liaison for the last 2 years. Thank you very much. So we.
First and a second
Yeah.
for Pallavi.
Okay.
Motion to adopt it was.
So.
Correct, Joe? Your motion was to
We are in a vote roll call. If the counselor could instruct us.
Yes, I would ask for a motion and a second on Pallavi Kabadi.
A motion on 717
Just say the name, that's
to
okay.
approve.
Okay. Motion, do I have a second?
Second.
We already had
Second.
that.
We
Okay,
already
very
did it, but we can do it
Very
again
good.
for clarification, whatever.
Very good, I'm ready for a roll call. Thank you.
Councilmember Brescher.
No.
Councilmember Coyle.
Yes.
Councilmember Patel.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil.
Abstain.
Councilmember Pointer.
Yes.
Councilmember Shmuel.
Yes.
Council President Harris.
No.
So it's 1, 2.
Okay.
Motion passes.
Motion passes.
Motion passes.
Yes, motion
Motion
passes.
passes for Pallavi.
Okay.
Now, the new resolution number will be 037-012025, and this will be for Reiki.
Is there a motion?
Motion to approve?
Second? Is there a second?
Second.
Okay.
Madam Clerk, we'll roll call whenever you're ready.
Yes.
Councilmember Brescher.
No.
Councilmember Coyle.
Yes.
Councilmember Patel.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil.
Yes.
Councilmember Pointer.
Yes.
Councilmember Shmuel.
Yes.
Council President Harris.
No.
Okay, motion.
Motion passes, yep. Okay.
Okay. Then we were going to 035. I think that was that you, Councilman Brescher, who pulled that one? Or was that you, Councilman Patil? That was-
Yeah.
Who pulled 035?
Can I help?
I think AJ did.
Okay,
I believe based on comments in the workshop, I believe a motion to amend is required.
Okay.
Yes. A motion to amend to remove the architectural firm of Sage.
Correct. That's correct.
That's
yeah.
the, is there a motion?
So we need the
There is a motion to remove Sage Architect from resolution R.035.
Page.
Sage, yeah. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay.
Rich.
Councilman Patel.
Oh,
Sit here.
okay.
Okay.
All right.
Councilmember Brescher.
Yes.
Councilmember Coyle.
Yes.
Councilmember Patel.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil.
Yes.
Councilmember Pointer.
Yes.
Councilmember Shmuel.
Yes.
Council President Harris.
Yes.
And, now a motion to approve as amended is required.
A motion to approve as amended.
Second.
Councilmember Brescher.
To separate it, yes.
No, no.
It's not,
this is-
no, just Sage is removed.
They're gone.
Sage-
Then yes.
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 Councilmember Coyle.
Yes.
Councilmember Patel.
Yes.
Councilmember Patil.
Yes.
Councilmember Pointer.
Yes.
Councilmember Shmuel.
Yes.
Council President Harris.
Yes.
Okay, that's resolutions.
So now we're done with resolutions.
All right. Okay, so, all right. Now we move on to oral petitions and remarks. And so again, I'm going to ask the Edison residents. I'm sorry.
We have to approve the rest of the, because we just moved one, we approved. But what about the rest of the professional services?
They were all done by consent.
Consent agenda.
That was part of the
We
consent.
separate, okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Okay.
You didn't pull any other ones, but
No,
He's
that-
okay.
that's it.
just 035, right?
Yeah, that's it. Okay, Edison residents, if you could get up and form a line. I'm sorry, Edison residents.
We're not going to do this kind of discrimination. I'm ready.
I'm asking again as a courtesy because Edison residents often feel that they, excuse me, Edison residents often feel like they are getting the short shrift. So I'm just going to ask you, Mikey, if you could do that courtesy.
That's discrimination. I agree that the Edison residents didn't get a chance to speak at last meeting, and a lot of this is because of what's happened on this side of the dais. I have a tremendously gigantic problem with that kind of discrimination.
Oh, I don't have my.
Council President, I as much as I believe you have a great idea, I would agree with the speaker. I think it's challenging to separate anyone who walks to the microphone, but
Thank you,
I'm
Joe.
here to listen to your measure of what you choose to do.
Okay, all right. Let's leave, let's leave it that I would prefer, so I'm going to put it this way. I would prefer that Edison residents be given the first choice, but I will defer. Okay?
Okay.
All right.
All right, thank you. Yeah, I have a big problem with that. We can't prioritize one speaker over the next. Everybody has to be treated equally. And if somebody walks into this room who you don't recognize, you can't make that determination whether they're an Edison resident or not. So I understand that you're looking for the Edison residents to have their voice. And I agree with you in the sense that none of them got to speak at the last meeting when it was adjourned. I already spoken to you about my dissatisfaction over you having a motion to close the public portion during, close the meeting, adjourn the meeting during public comments. We spoke about that. And I'm trying to move forward, but I'm not going to have anything that starts backtracking. And that is a complete way that we're now backtracking. Everybody gets to speak. It doesn't matter if they're from Edison or not. None of that should be a problem. Former Council President Patel winds up saying during the decorum ordinance that some of these things should be preserved. I would love to know exactly what part of that ordinance should be preserved. This is another example of you're not trying to move forward and you're not going about it intelligently. That's for sure.
and then you just go and chat, and you're talking during my public time. So decorum issues, remember, it's my time to talk. Don't talk over me. Don't be speaking to each other while I'm talking, okay? I know I brought this up last time. Security clearance, the officers told me that I didn't want to go through the security detector, and they said, well, we don't have a wand. So they wouldn't allow me into the meeting unless I exchanged my Fourth Amendment right to exercise my first. I have a huge problem with that. I've been to council meetings, hundreds of council meetings all over New Jersey. It's very rare, and it's actually unique to see such a security clearance to come in and to participate in a public meeting. Without public participation in council meetings such as this, we do not have a democracy. Nobody should be shooed away or intimidating over. I've come to these, I've never had a weapon in my life. Never held a weapon in my pocket or on me or anything like that. So it's ridiculous. Why doesn't it say on the eCode 360 website that the public time has been reduced to 4? It still says 6 minutes. It still says 6 minutes. So as far as I'm concerned, when this clock runs out, I should speak for another 2 minutes because you still haven't updated anything. I mean, house cleaning, whose charge is that? Is that the municipal clerk who's supposed to do that? Because it's not updated. And also, when this 6 minutes was voted on, the 6 down to 4, when it was voted on, it wasn't 20 days. This wasn't addressed last time. I want an answer to that. When was that voted on? And did 20 days expire before those December meetings when we were only given 4? Because 20 days didn't expire, so that needs to be addressed. And I didn't even get to speak at the meeting on the December 23rd, because we illegally against OPMA, we adjourned the meeting during public speaking time. It was a complete disaster. So I lost my 4 minutes there. Where's my compensation for that? I came here to speak. Vinny Caputo from South Jersey News reached out to me and told me that commenting is shut off. Right now, commenting is shut off on the YouTube channel, Edison TV. Nobody can comment. I'm sure my face isn't even on here right now, but that's an issue. I would like to go for another 2 minutes. Thank you.
Speaker's time is
No,
elapsed.
I'm sorry, Mikey, your speaker's time
But
is up.
you guys need to update the website. Because people now come here, they look at the website. I look at that website before I enter any town.
Council President, the speaker is out of order. He is out of time.
Yes, thanks,
Right.
Mikey.
Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Our counselor,
Good evening, folks. My name is Joseph Mendez, and I'm here from Sussex County. And I'm here to ask you a quick question. I was 5 minutes late to this meeting, so I wasn't sure if you guys do the Pledge of Allegiance when you start. You did?
Yes.
That's great to hear. I'm very happy to hear that, because that's going to help change that mentality that would even enter your fucking mind that you can do something against a living symbol of this country. I'm a combat veteran, and there are people who died for that flag. That flag is alive. It's not just a cloth that you can decide it's a prop today and silence people that are pissing you off because they're wearing a suit or carrying a bong. Whatever the issue is with decorum, you need to get it out of your fucking mind that you even have a choice of outlawing my American flag in this country. You cannot allow it to be rolled in with the other stuff you were trying to prevent. People died for that flag. People serve and sacrifice for that flag every day, for all of us. I don't care if you were born here. I don't care what color you are. I don't know any of you, but I was born here by the grace of God. But my family fled communist Cuba to come to this country, and I'm thankful to this country for opening its arms to me and my family and all the opportunities that flag has given us. In Cuba right now, you go to prison for flying that flag. That flag is alive. It's a symbol for people all over the world. It gives them hope, and you cannot even let that enter your minds ever again, please. We're going to keep coming here to remind you how much that flag means to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Tom?
Thomas Lucky, Netherwood Circle, Edison. Congratulations on being voted town council president, vice president. Back in early December, I came here to talk about my cable bill. Recently switched over to, when Xfinity came into my area, I went and signed up for it. The individual who came over to my house, all real nice and smiles. This is the price of the internet. This is the price of cable. This is all the fees and taxes that go on top of it. A couple months later, pop, the bill goes up $5 a month. It's principal. Oh, it's a franchise fee. Your town should know about that. Why wasn't that built in as originally? Who or do I have to talk to? Because Comcast, Xfinity, they don't care. They're like, oh, what they did was, yeah, we'll you know, nice, we'll make nice. They gave me like 2 months of like, you know, of a credit for that, that fee. Who in the town do I need to talk to raise this up? We need to have a running list of what Xfinity does right and wrong, and we also need to do the same with Comcast. I mean, Cablevision. It's right now. It's just, you know, it's just a problem. So I'd like to know a name of a person that I can talk to about that. Secondly, I want to talk a little bit about the water main break. The town, I think the town was very good in over communicating when on the website, as well as, you know, sending out Nixle reports and all that sort of stuff. That was great. However, I would like to see an accounting of where the monies have been spent, and as they gone to the appropriate departments, not to affect let's call non-Edison Township water township residents. There was a lot of hard costs with going and you know, the cost of the, you know, the repair, the cost of the overtime and all that. But there's also soft cost. Does the township have a reporting process to be able to say, okay, we bought X amount of 1,000 cases of water that we gave out. It gets billed against, you know, this cost code or work breakdown structure, what have you. It needs so that that money that was expended doesn't go and get taxed against the people that have Middlesex or American Water. So I'd like to see a reporting on that. Secondly, I think it's a shame, as I've mentioned other times, I've worked in the engineering arena my whole career, my whole life. I had some very hard and some very soft and easy site surveys. The engineering firm that did this site survey and said, oops, we couldn't go and describe or determine where all the lines were. That's an excuse. I've had to spend many hours going to make sure what I did was right and was thorough, and not give an excuse saying, oh, we think it's right, and let us go. They need to absorb those costs, whether they're error emissions or what have you, but they need to be held.
Speaker's time has elapsed.
Yes, thank you, Tom. Can we, Tom asked about the cable bill situation, and I didn't remember. Well, hold up, I'll get back to that. Maybe we'll just deal with this now. The cable bill issues. Where does he take this? Where do we go with this?
Council President, there should be a liaison for Comcast. If there's not, I can ask later through the administration or to the Senator Pat Dagnan's office if there is someone who is an appointee to the area. Is that fair? And I can get back to the resident.
Yeah. Yes, I mean, you can.
Right, and I'll get you a contact. I know it's about principle. I know you're complaining about $5, but it's principle. It's not the $5. It's principle. You were told one thing and you got another.
All right, so you can get his information?
I will.
Okay.
I have his number, but I'll get it again tonight.
And then there was a question about the water main, where the money was spent? Was that what you would ask, sir? Tom? Okay.
It's all getting charged to the water utility.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you. I'm sorry, Mikey, I'm going to just give you this point that. Okay.
Early December meeting, the 9th and the 11th, where it was put into effect. 20 days wasn't passed.
It didn't go into effect on the 11th.
I'm sorry?
It was voted on November 25th.
November 25th is when,
It was voted on.
Is it?
yeah,
It was-
Oh, okay.
right,
The
yes.
20 days was up
Yeah.
December 16th.
Can you let us answer?
Yeah, yes, December 16th is when the 20, was when the 20 days was up and moved to, and that's when it moved to 4 minutes. So, it was adopted November 25th, and then December 16th is when it went into effect.
Point of order, we're having a back
Yeah,
and forth
yeah,
at this
I'm
point.
sorry, yeah.
You didn't know.
No.
December 9th and December 11th, they were both at 6 minutes.
Yes.
December
yes,
16th is when
yes.
it turned over. December
Correct.
23rd is when.
No, it actually, yeah, Mikey, I would disagree. I know I have to leave it here, but no, it started, it's so for the December 23rd meeting is when this started. Right, okay. I have to stop. Okay, thank you. All right, Joel?
Joel Bassoff, Edison. What a disappointment tonight was that these unqualified and illegally nominated library nominees were approved. This council has been getting abysmal advice from the Township law firm. It goes back to the decorum ordinance, which led to one of the greatest debacles that this town has ever seen. You got the kind of advice from the firm that should lead the township to seriously consider changing legal counsel. And you have a law firm that obviously represents the interests of the mayor and the political machine that placed the mayor where he is, because it does not represent the interests of the council. You were put in a position where you approved nominations that were not validly submitted under our own township code. You didn't have 7 days to look at the resumes. A nomination that's made without a resume is not a valid nomination submitted to the council. Our municipal code says it has to have a resume, and the majority of you did not insist on that. You also have to have an opportunity to consult with the board in which the vacancies occur. You didn't all have an opportunity to do that, and you have to have an opportunity to thoroughly interview the nominees, and you didn't all do that. So the council was, the majority of the council was derelict in its responsibility, and thanks and kudos to those who voted against consenting to those nominations. And of course, since the nominations were not actually lawfully presented to the council, when those nominees take their seats on the library board, any actions that the library board takes could actually be subject to legal challenge if it turns out that those people were not lawfully appointed to the library board. But of course, that'll just produce more litigation for the township, which can benefit the township's attorneys. Now, to follow up on a question that Mr. Azzarella had, he actually was referring properly to the resolution that awarded contracts to various firms for professional services, because that has to do with municipal spending, which has to do with the municipal budget. And what he was pointing out is that our charter says that the municipal budget has to be prepared during the month of November. The mayor shall require all department heads, and I'm quoting verbatim from our township charter, section 3-15, the mayor shall require all department heads to submit requests for appropriations for the ensuing budget year and to appear before the mayor or the business administrator at public hearings, which shall be held during that month on various requests. And it says public hearings. I asked the question at the previous meeting, why have we not had public hearings? The answer I got was essentially, well, that's not the way we do it. But that's what our municipal charter requires. So again, with the attorney that this township has, when you get a legal ruling, to be responsible, you'd better ask the attorney to show his work, show the specific sections of the statute or the code that he's referring to, because otherwise you don't know if he's just being an advocate for the administration to see what he can get away with and what he can put over on the council. So my question is, going forward, will the council, with every legal question, ask for backup, ask the attorney, show your work?
All right. To our council, do you have any?
I'm not even going to respond to that. I think the statements were largely defamatory. I think Mr. Bassoff basically said that we gave certain advice to create litigation. I don't even want to dignify it with a response, and I'm not going to.
Okay.
Well,
yeah, your turn.
okay, I also asked about the township charter with regard to the budget, public hearings.
Okay.
That's what it says.
Okay. All right. So your question was, what was your question again?
Well, why do we not have public hearings on budgetary requests in November as the township charter requires?
And we answered that at the last meeting, and the answer is the same. There's no, the hearings did not happen. There's no other answer to be given.
Right.
Okay. All right, Joel, you're going to have to sit down. I'm sorry.
Okay. It's a non-answer.
Council President, I just want to point to the record that we've had probably 15 different meetings where no one complained before, and I think it is challenging to know it is an attack on Sam Joshi. They didn't complain about Mayor Lanke, same situation, same problem. They didn't complain about Mayor Singalino and Eno, same situation, same problem. I just find it odd that today, all of a sudden, it's a problem. Thank you, Council President.
Okay, Russ?
Russ Azzarello, Schuyler Drive, Edison, New Jersey. And not for nothing, Councilman Coyle, but two wrongs don't make a right, and better late than never. If something's brought to your attention, you have to listen. You don't have to like it. The lawyer doesn't have to like it. You have to listen. We have 4, 6 minutes, 4 minutes, whatever. You have to like it, listen, and you don't have to like, but listen. We have that right. That's our amendment. Now I wasted a couple of seconds here. Let me begin by saying it's no surprise that these last few months have been very challenging, frustrating, and emotional at times, as not only have our questions, concerns, disappointments, and anger over many of our quality of life issues been ignored, but we've been subjected to an attack on our First Amendment and ban on the U.S. flag and United States Constitution, which, because of you, drew township, statewide, nationwide, and international attention, anger, and support. The eyes of many have been fixed upon you, and with each and every meeting. How would you like each and every one of you to be viewed? How would you like to be known and remembered? I'd like to share with you, because people do pay attention. They are watching the meetings. You are in the limelight, whether you know it or not. And we all are, believe it or not. I like to share something with you that I received, because if you don't think that people remember, you're wrong. I received this. I have to share with you this morning. I'm at the doctor's office, and a man comes in wearing red sweats that says Edison in gold. I asked who he was. He replied, Mr. Van Pelt, who was a gym teacher and a driver's ed at Edison High and TJ. He told me a story of a conversation with a student he had many years ago. It was you. He was teaching about the stages of grief, and you came up to him after class saying, wow, Mr. Van Pelt, you described me. And what I feel is normal then. He said you were a senior when your dad died a few years prior. Whatever you both talked about stayed with him his whole life. He remembered what you said. People are going to remember. People are going to remember how you act. If you're a seat warmer up there, if you're a rubber stamper, if you don't vote with your head, with your heart, and with your conscience. This is the mayor's last year, the last out of 4 years, right? You have a chance to save face, do the right thing. Just because something comes in front of you, you don't have to agree with it. And let me tell you something. If 10 people come to me, to my job, and want to cut grass or landscape, I'm going to look for the best qualified. How could you, 2 people, Mrs. Massey and Sue O'Neill, how could you terminate their positions for 2 people you don't even know? One of them, you don't even know their qualifications. That's ridiculous. You should know their qualifications. They're around children. They're going to be around children, the library, the community. We don't know who they are. You don't know their qualifications if they're right for the job. Decade of experience, known throughout the state. I can't even find the words to describe. It's got to be appalling and embarrassing. I'm embarrassed for you for voting for this. Shame on you. I got 43 seconds. I need about 10 more minutes. You know, this failing administration is setting a precedent to be incompetent, undependable, unreliable, non-proactive, untrustworthy, and non-transparent, consistently focused on wasteful spending on Edison tax-paying residents' dollars. You're turning a blind eye, deaf ears to the veterans, to the seniors, to the old and failing infrastructure, high taxes, high crime, wasteful spending. The department heads. Where's the department head? Why wasn't these roads sanded?
Your time is up. Thank you, Russ.
Welcome.
Okay. Liz?
Elizabeth Conway, 20 Netherwood Circle. I just have a question about recycling. After Christmas, with all the different gifts and cardboard boxes, my recycling day was January 1st. And I didn't have the information. I couldn't find the information as to how I was supposed to get rid of all my cardboard boxes. And luckily, Marlena and John Pointer were diligent in letting me know what I could do, and I thank you both for that. But there used to be an access to the mini Veal where you could drop off cardboard. And there was a sign up that it was for recycling, and there were times that you could drop off recycling. I noticed some people took advantage of not dropping off the proper recycling, and I don't know if that has anything to do with it. But since that time, the sign is gone and the gate is locked, so we can't drop off cardboard there anymore. And I was told we had to go over to New Durham, and I was wondering, is this the only place in the township that it can be done from here forward? And that was my question.
Okay. All right. Sonia or whomever, do you have the answer to that?
So as you may recall, last quarter of the year, we have a dedicated recycling yard. So that is exactly where Ms. Conway should take her items to.
So Mini Veal will never be reopened?
It is not.
So we have to go across town?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Liz. Okay. Anybody else from the public? Lefty.
Good evening, Council. I am El Rampador. I'm with sativacross.org. We're a 501c3 here in New Jersey fighting for disability rights, cannabis patients' rights. Last meeting, Councilman Brescher asked the BA if they had paperwork on the incline out there that says that it's ADA compliant. Was that ever found? Was that paperwork ever found? I was asking.
We'll answer
at the end. Okay, yeah.
Mhm.
So that paperwork needs to be found. I'd like to know if that's compliant. I know it's not compliant. I believe the BA is full of BS at this point, because that was a lie. And you're lying at the expense of disabled people. You got sick, dying, and disabled people, disabled vets, and you're lying, making them suffer. I will never forget how you all made those sick people go up that incline in the rain when the police chief blocked off the front entrance, the handicap entrance, and put cop cars out there. Now, the chief's not here today, but I brought a wheelchair. Hope the town can see the wheelchair. Give me the wide view. Yeah, don't show my face now. Show the wheelchair. I brought this wheelchair. This is my friend Jeff's wheelchair. He had stage 4 cancer, would go to many council meetings with us. And I'd like you to get in that chair and go up that ramp, just like you made all the sick people do. And I know it's cold out there, but you made them do it in the rain. So will the BA go in that wheelchair and go up the ramp like you made all those people do? Will you do that? Will the police chief do it? Will Patel do it? Will the attorney do it? It was Burns' fault, but I guess you'll have to pinch hit for Burns. Will you do it? Will you go up in that chair? No, not. I have been to many council meetings, and not one of you will take that chair and spend time in that wheelchair. Why? What are you afraid of? Is it unsafe? Is it unsafe? Yeah, it's unsafe. Does it suck? Yeah, it sucks real bad. Why don't you want to do it? Why'd you make disabled people go do it? Why did your chief make disabled vets and sick and dying and disabled people go up that incline that's not ADA compliant? I want you all to do it. Go in that wheelchair. It's here. Get in there and do it. Will anyone do it? Not one of you. Raise your hand to do it. No, none of you care. You don't care about disabled vets, but Genital Joshi will take videos and photos with disabled vets, but you won't put the work in. You won't put the work in, but you'll take photos with disabled vets. Oh, I care about vets. Yeah, prove it. You don't care about vets. It's all talk because the work is right here. Get in that wheelchair and go up that incline, and I'll feel a little better about your life. Is anyone brave enough to get in that wheelchair and go up that ramp like you did to the sick people? Anyone? Your city engineer. I think that's your city engineer there. I think you're the handicapped coordinator. Where were you? Is that your job to do the handicap stuff? Where were you that day? Why did you allow that to happen? Why did the firemen allow that to happen? Why did this whole town allow sick and dying and disabled people to go up that incline that was not ADA compliant? Putting the last. You're supposed to put the last first. You put them last. Any Christians on this council? Because you're doing it all wrong if you're Christian. You're doing it all wrong. Unbelievable. And that's burnt into my fucking brain. I have to go the rest of my life thinking about that poor man. Just like I had to go through in Brielle when I watched Jeff crawl up the fucking stairs in Brielle. In Brielle, they had no police station access. South Amboy has no police station access. Where's the police union? No, we get Genital Joshi endorsements. We don't get wheelchair ramp endorsements. We get Mayor Penis. Thanks, police union. Thanks for nothing. I'm going to go over where I'm standing now because this is part of my speech. See where I'm standing? Okay, this is part of my speech. Oh, this button? Yeah. All right. Am I recognized?
Yes.
Okay. So you saw how far I was when I moved the line, okay? Before, as you can see, I couldn't go through here, so I went around. I was just gonna go around. I didn't notice how far back. Normally, this doesn't go all the way to the wall. I can just sneak around and come back this way. In the middle of doing so, the BA starts talking to me. It's not her job to start talking to me. You can tell me to move. The police are here to tell me to move. I know where I can stand and where I can be. I was about to go over the line anyway. Then I said some words. She said some words to me. She initiated contact with me. I said some words to her. Do you know what she said to me? She threatened me. How many of you heard the BA threaten me, terroristically threaten me that her husband is going to be waiting for me outside? I don't know if you know this, but Deputy Chief knows. She's writing a false report on me now. I dare you to charge me. I'm going to charge you with writing a false police report. And she's smiling about it. So through the chair to Pointer, and Margot, I'm sorry. You know I love you. When you're around, I'm always going to be behaved. But at the same time, these instigations have to stop. They're instigating me. All right? And yeah, everything I said, every curse word I said, it was all building up. Something that you wanted to prevent is now going to happen all year long. Good job. Good job. Councilman Pointer, one time Councilman Pointer called a fake point of order because I was saying that the BA is corrupt. And he said that's a personal attack, and then police removed me. It's not a personal attack if I say the BA shouldn't get a raise. I think she's corrupt, especially with the pay-to-play scandal that went through the news.
So John Pointer's a piece of shit who calls fake point of orders as a way, nefarious point of orders, maliciously to instigate. He's a piece of shit. And she's a piece of shit. And I'm gonna say she's a piece of shit right now. All right? 2 years ago, and I'm gonna put this on YouTube, when Coyle had me removed that one day, I'm walking downstairs, it's on body camera, she sees me, Jesus Christ. She uses the Lord's name in vain, Jesus Christ. And then you know what she says? Shortly after that, I'm getting my weapon, or I have my weapon. The police, they refused to file a police report that day saying she was being sarcastic. But when you take that day, and what we all witnessed, the threat she made today, that's now a pattern. That's a fucking pattern. And I'm not gonna allow anybody to keep fucking with me anymore. Fuck you, you're a bitch. I'll be outside, I'll be waiting for your fucking husband.
This is unacceptable.
Crystal, I am not
You
going to,
are
I'm not going to
encouraging
allow
it.
this. I'm not going to allow
He is
this. I'm
harassing
not
me.
going to allow
He
this.
has been harassing
I
me.
am waiting for your husband
And you're allowing
outside.
it.
Crystal,
He has been harassing
I
me.
have 43 seconds left. This is my time. Robert's rules of this is my
I'm going to
time.
ask you to sit
harass
down,
me.
Shut
Crystal.
the fuck up.
Crystal,
It's my time.
Crystal, I'm asking you to sit down. This is not appropriate. This is not.
It was very appropriate. I only have 28
Crystal,
seconds
I'm
left.
asking you to sit down.
You're forfeiting my time?
I am.
Okay, tort claim on you, stupid motherfuckers. Stupid motherfuckers.
My question?
Council President, that was not appropriate to be attacking our BA with language like that. It just was not appropriate. You could address the Council President, you could have done what you've done before, which is to speak at us, scream at us, curse at us. That was not appropriate. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry. What was?
Work for the VA about the compliant access?
Oh, yeah, you had asked about the paperwork, about that, okay. Do we have paperwork about the compliance? I think we had asked about that at Monday's meeting too, right? Uh-huh.
We'll get that to Councilman Brusher as it is requested.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, we'll get that. Akhtar?
Octon Astor, Pleasant Avenue. I think we need to look at the interaction between Christo and the BA. I know that there was something that I heard that wait until my husband does whatever, so I feel like that was threatening there. I'm not sure what went back and forth, but I think that needs to be investigated. All right, I wanted to thank the Council President Harris for having the guts to do something that was really hard at the beginning. It didn't work out, but many of you up there know right from wrong, but I have questions about some of the other people there. I think we did get bad legal advice from our lawyer today with respect to holdovers. If you look at the library bylaws, it says the following under Article 3, board membership. Board of Trustees members whose terms have expired shall serve in a holdover capacity until official appointments have been made. I believe you said something different. I could be wrong. Maybe you can speak on behalf of that, but that's what that says right there. So if you were wrong about that, I question about everything that you gave as advice today, and you messed up the whole proceedings. Okay, principles mean something. I have nothing against the people that were appointed. In fact, I actually know one of them sort of, and I kind of like them. But again, we do need to follow procedure. We can't just make things up as we go. I would love to know what Pat and Sue did wrong. Why were they not asked back? We kind of all know that. Did you guys happen to ask those questions? Because that is really important. They are one of the best teams out there that you could have there. All right, see a lot of cameras going back and forth here. Interesting. It's good that the cameras can go this way, finally. I mean, it took a long time. Pat and Sue, I feel, were scapegoats. I hope that the two library board members will not go ahead and disappoint us. I hope that those of you that voted to put them in did your due diligence. We know that many of you live in the Claiborne area. If the Claiborne Library closes, and Councilman Coyle, I know that you were adamant about saving the library. If it closes, it's going to be because of you guys, and you voted yes to it, so you would be one of the people that we're going to blame. All right, so it's really hard for me to go ahead and talk about anyone that's on the EDO because I'm in the EDO, but you know what? I try to go ahead and go down the middle. One of the things I did hear about one of the people that were, voted in today was by Rob. It said that, they are somebody that is on the board of the condo association. That seems to be a problem for me. I have a problem with you guys rushing things through. We should have done it on December 23rd. Again, why didn't we do it on December 23rd? We know exactly what that answer was, because you wouldn't have gotten the votes. I'm disappointed that we only have 4 minutes to talk. I'm not belaboring any points. I had so many points that I wanted to talk about. Maybe they would have made a difference, but I didn't get the opportunity to go in and talk because this council decided in their best interest to go ahead and shut me up, or all of us. So let's go ahead and think about that. We need to think about the committee that Council President Harris discussed about future board proceedings or whomever we're going to select. What happened here was a disgrace. The policy was not followed. You should have printed copies. There shouldn't be like, oh, we got the electronic thing just right a couple seconds ago. That is not how it works. But I mean, I guess in Edison, that's how it works. I want to know about the water main break. Will we, the taxpayers, have to pay for all the water that leaked out? How does it work? Does the utility buy water and then it sells it to other people, to the BA? You said that I was incorrect in my email that I sent yesterday and you responded at 10 a.m. You said that I was wrong about my assertions that most of the communications happened after 8 p.m. I got something finally today by Pat at 4, and it seems like that counters what you said. And if you were right, why didn't I go ahead and get that information at 10 a.m. when you responded? So I feel like you guys are just giving whatever messages you want to give, and maybe I'm wrong. Go ahead and counter me. Clearly, we have communication issues that we have to deal with. And again, I feel bad for Pat and Sue. This is terrible what happened today.
Dr. Anybody else from the public? Okay. Yes, Rob?
Rob Kento, 61 Meadow. I have actually had a real simple question, but I'll save that for after. You brought up the water system on December 30th at maybe 9:15, 9:20 a.m. I was on the Township website looking at the public hearing water documents from 2019. And a couple people were IMing me saying, hey, do you have the water documents? I said, sure. I posted a link to them. About while I was viewing them, poof, they were gone. They're still not up today. Somebody took them off. And then that same day, the mayor quoted right from those documents. Are we going to get the water documents back? I'm only missing one of them. I could Oprah them, but if you just put them all back up now that the crisis is over and we don't need to hide anything, that would be nice. Thank you.
I realized, Akhtar, you had asked about the water main leaks and who would be paying for that. Is that correct? Can I ask you, Sonia?
That question was answered, Council President, that they're going to be building a utility. Is that correct?
She did. She answered that.
Okay.
No, the question was directed towards the leak. I have our water sewer director here who can answer that.
Okay. Thank you.
The water from the water leak, the residents, you all have your water bills. You charge for the water you use at your residence. The rest of it comes out of our budget. So the residents will not get billed for the water main break.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Bob. Okay. Anybody else from the public?
Motion to close the public portion.
Second.
Okay. All right.
All in favor?
All in favor, yes.
Aye.
Okay, aye. All right, and we now move to number 16 from the council member to the planning board. And I know that, was there anything? No?
No, I don't have anything.
Okay, all right, so points of light, just a few announcements. January 9th, which is tomorrow, will be President Carter's funeral and the township offices. I'm going to be asking for order here. Can I ask for order in the public? Can I ask for order? Thank you. January 9th is President Carter's funeral, and the township offices will be open. January 14th, Edison Township Blood Drive, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. in council chambers. January 20th, township offices will be closed for Martin Luther King Jr. Day. I would add to that that January 18th, I think, is where we are celebrating Martin Luther King Day over at Minnieville. I believe that's, I don't know the times of that just yet. And what's that? I think it's on, yes, it's on the website. That's Saturday, January 18th. Any other points of light? Okay. Now we move on to discussion items. I don't know where Councilman Brescher is. Oh, I forgot about the committees. I'm so sorry. Council committees. Any reports from council committees? I'm going to go from you, Councilman Coyle.
Council President, I just have a question. I should have asked it in the work session part, but would you be appointing someone from the council to the planning board?
Yes.
Only because they have a reorg
Yes.
coming up, and it should have been discussed earlier.
Yes. Yes.
I don't know how many people are going to volunteer themselves. It seems to be.
Actually, Council Vice President and I are going to be meeting on Sunday to discuss the really urgent appointments, including that one.
Sorry to interrupt, Council President. Just as a clarification, I did speak to planning and engineering just to let them know that there has been no appointment. There is no actual application being heard. There's an item that was at the last meeting that got tabled to this meeting, but it's not an actual application. It's actually in regards to one of the zoning items that we had that the individual brought up on the duplexes and the notice with the other homeowner. That's the only matter that is being heard, though, at the
Are
reorganization.
they going to reorg before
Yeah.
this appointment?
Yes, their next meeting is on Monday. Yes.
Okay? All right.
Council President?
Let me just go down. Council Vice President Pointer, any other committees, any reports?
None, Council President.
Okay, Councilman Patel?
So Open Space met on January 2nd, Thursday. We discussed bike paths. There was a presentation for walking paths, discussion regarding to affordable housing and how
This is becoming
Again,
impossible to have a meeting.
yes,
There's so
yes.
much chatter.
Yeah. Please continue.
Okay, so we discussed possibility of creating paths along Wood Ave, also developing, maybe changing the zoning near this greenway to create more affordable housing. And there were some questions that were asked at the Open Space Committee. For the timeline for the grant, Sonia, would you be able to provide the 2 grants that we received? What will be the timeline that will look like for the bike paths on the Central and JCPNL?
Okay, we need, can we close the door, please?
It's everybody, it's all the people seated.
I'm sorry?
There's so much conversation.
Okay. Yeah, then I'm going to ask for order in this chamber, please. Thank you. Councilman Patel?
Councilman Patel, I just wanted to confirm, we just received them. It could take, 30, 60 days. I'm not sure. We just received the award letters you saw a couple weeks ago.
So what's the next step and what will be the?
So Brian has been working on the design, and there's been some back and forth with the attorney, with JCP&L just on the one side to make sure that that's a feasible option. I know there's some questions back and
I
forth.
know there was some changes with one of the lot was being
Right.
owned by someone else, and we're gonna work around that.
So we're still working those details out.
Okay, but like 2 months, 3 months?
Well, I think you're looking at the spring,
Spring?
just
Okay.
to be realistic, just if we're making any physical alterations to the pathway.
Okay. There was also a concern about a sidewalk at John Adams School. I was hoping to go through the liaison committee, but unfortunately that's going to take place in March. So I was hoping someone from the administration will reach out to the BOE to address the sidewalk that is it's from Fairmont to the parking lot specifically. There was a discussion on the website for the Barnes Preserve that is being launched. There's an area that will be discussed in my discussion items that we also discussed. And there was also an additional trail that is the Brereton Branch Railroad that owns, that it's abandoned, and that's near the market on Amboy Ave, that we could possibly target to create a bike path in that area. So that was one of the discussion items as well. And also discussion, they wanted to get in touch with the recreation director to discuss the bike tour back in May, and just to address the path and how the township can help out with that. All right, thank you.
Reach out to me.
Okay. All right, thank you. Councilman Patil? Any reports, any committee reports? Okay. Councilman Shmuel?
I do not.
Okay, all right. I have the reports from the animal shelter. We have the December report. Currently in the shelter, 7 dogs, no puppies, 6 cats, 6 kittens, 1 reptile. Adopted in December, 8 canines, 15 felines, and 1 reptile. Reclaimed in December, 3 canines and 1 cat. There will be a tricky tray with the PBA for 2025 in the summer. That's being worked on right now. Library Board report, there was a special meeting on December 23rd. I was not able to attend because I was here in the council meeting. But this was, the second round of bids were open, and a rental space, the headlines are basically the second round of bids were open, a rental space was located for when the North Edison branch closes, and there were a number of committee meetings. The director's report indicated that the library will be looking to order a new bookmobile, likely in the 4th quarter of 2025. Current bookmobile was previously owned and has some issues. We have the update on the construction in the main branch. Capital, let me make sure I've got this. We're finishing up construction, and they'll be delivering the shelves and the books that were in storage. Remediation of the first floor is scheduled to start on the 27th of January, will continue for 2 weeks. Ms. Saar stated that a new children's librarian, Jaylene Betancourt, started this month. The committee reports, Ms. Massey stated that they are very pleased with the new temporary location that was found on Oak Tree Avenue. Ms. Massey clarified that throughout the state, it's best practice to have a shared service agreement between the public library and the municipality. A resolution to approve and award construction contract for renovation and expansion of the North Edison Branch Library went to Palpro Builders for $4,280,000, which includes the base bid of $3,980,000 and alternate 1 roof of $300,000 as the lowest responsible bidder was approved. There was approved a collective bargaining agreement between the Edison Public Library, Locals 2204-1 and 2204-2 of the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, AFL-CIO Council 63, for the period from January 1st of this year to December 31st of 2027. A resolution to empower the library director and board attorney to enter a lease agreement for temporary space at the North Edison Branch Library at 1907 Oak Tree in Edison for approximately 15 to 18 months during construction was approved. On motion and second, the 2025 a resolution to approve the 2025 operating budget was approved, and the resolution to approve the capital budget also went through. Resolution to transfer $1 million from the operating account to the North Edison Branch capital account was approved. There was a resolution to approve the 2023 audit report prepared by Supley, Clooney and Company, and that was approved. Roll call. Oh, don't need to go through the roll call vote. The attorney discussed a possible resolution to offer Mr. Kleiman a contract for the position of library director, and that would be binding upon acceptance, that would track the salary increases of rank and file union members and would be for cause contract. A resolution to authorize Mr. Brady to send the previously discussed for cause contract to Mr. Kleiman via email for a 1-year time period with the option for a 1-year extension to the library discretion was approved. The next meeting will be Tuesday, January 14th at the North Edison Branch, and that is my report. Okay, we now go on to I believe it's a discussion item, so I'm correct? All right. Yes, okay. And Councilman Brescher, you had some items?
Yes, I'll tell you what, since it's getting late, I'm not going to go through all these. And it's Joe's birthday today. But just one question. Sonia, could I get those reports for the fire alarm? I don't know if you might have sent them. I just didn't see them. I was sick.
I have in the past. We are currently working on the new fire alarm. Did you need anything with the new fire alarm?
Yeah.
Because
just
it's being worked on.
Right, just the latest test that they've performed. Whatever date it is, you know, I mean, if it was last month, whatever it is, but if you can just give me those reports, I just want to look at them just so I know about the progress, that's all. The other items I'll come back to at our next meeting for Councilman Coyle's birthday.
Thank
Happy
you,
birthday.
Councilman Brescher. Councilman Coyle?
Oh. Well, not have much to discuss, but I will say, I didn't appreciate hearing Council President announce my birthday, and because I was 7.5 minutes late, she said, well, the hell with him. I don't know, I thought that was just kind of low, but it's all good. I accept, but I just was like, I was literally, and I text her, I'm in the parking lot, so I know she didn't mean it. It kind of, sometimes we just talk like that, but I had to address it, but it's all good. I can stay up till 11, it's okay. I've never been called a scumbag on my birthday, but it's okay. I mean, and people have the right to speak, and I get it. And I have nothing to discuss on my discussion items only because it's a late night and the public, I know, wants to be home, so thank you.
It's very refreshing to see that Councilman Coyle has a sensitive side. Thank you.
All right, Councilman Patel.
So I would like to make it quick. So the main thing I wanted to discuss was the Oak Tree and Fairmont lot. This was the discussion at the Open Space Committee. They were hoping to use that lot to create a community space for those neighborhood. And hopefully by next month, we will have a presentation that we will have developed as to a couple of ideas of what we can do with that space. And then we can present it to the council and hopefully take it to the community and have the community's input into this project and maybe move forward with that. And the town finances, I think we have discussed in the past, so I'm going to skip on those.
Okay. All right, Councilman Patio?
I'll be taking long time because I skipped my report during the December meeting, given the situation in the council chamber. So I only have two, but I'll be clubbing both year in review as well as the township employees. So we didn't wish, this council didn't wish Happy New Year, but to all the residents of township, wish everyone very happy and healthy New Year. Congratulations, Council President. You have a very hard job. Congratulations, or Vice President. You have been in that shoe, so you know what you are getting into. Now I'll be getting into the more line items that will talk about the journey last 2 years or a year, mostly that happened last year. At the same token, I would expect, Council President as well as Vice President, you would respect the audience. You will be open for the full transparency, and this council will be doing the right thing for the town. I hope our attorney gives concise and advice to this body. I spoke earlier on that. Will be respectful to the resident by paying close attention to what they have to say. Also, all the council members should be requested to respect the residents and the council president. No cross-talking. We saw that today as well. I mean, not interrupting the meeting, no cross-talking, avoiding isolated discussions. We have other end most of the time or in the audience while meeting is in progress. Let's maintain the sanity of this dais. Let's be serious for the business. We have great township employees, and I thank everyone what you do for this town. We agree to disagree on few things, but we have, I always say that we have the best police department, we have the best OEM, the fire department in the state of New Jersey. We can agree to disagree on some of those things. DPW has been always great at moving things forward. Thank you, finance team. You always respond fairly quickly. Big shout to our zoning officer, Jim Yard, our engineer, Brian, always helpful. Planning head, Hank Bignell, and construction officer, John Saltes. Very, very helpful people in our town. In short, all our township employees, thank you, all of you, what you do for us. There are many more names to thank, but that will take a long time. But thank you, Chief, Deputy Chief, Andy Toth as well, for what you do for us. Now for the year in the review, and there are a lot many things to be said here. I brought up several discussion items related to spending and residents' quality of life, immediate priorities. When things are said, we got it done, but you hardly hear at what cost, how far, and what this means to us and the next generation. Great examples. Glendale acquisition. We closed this in rush with a big price tag, paid $13 million, and the matter is in litigation. We are paying $50,000 month over month, plus the litigation cost. And we have no idea when that litigation is going to close. I heard Mayor Joshi mention the development opportunities, but I have not yet seen the plan. Budget hearing, it is supposed to be a public hearing. While Mayor Joshi was a councilman, he touted for the transparency. He forced the budget hearing in the Middlesex County College. But last year, we got into the council meeting, and council members got hardly 6 minutes to ask questions. It's surprising. Township finances and infrastructure priorities. We are at close to $200 million debt to this township, and the township budget is close to $175 million. So we have more debt than our budget is. We have a full-time mayor with $1 million department. He has a chief of staff, he has the community liaison, and many more people were helping him for the outreach. Mayor Joshi borrowed roughly $100 million in the last 2.5 years. All prior mayors borrowed $100 million, so look at our spending rate. This is on top of $12 to $15 million that Mayor Lanky left during the COVID. That was the money that we got from the state. Look at the projects that were branded as we got it done. Toth Center, spent close to $4 million, project is stalled. Look at the sports center, we started at $4 million, we are at $12+ million. We have prioritized, I think when we say that this council is equally to blame, the priority was more to the photo ops project than the quality of life. Mayor Lanky started the paving program, continued that for 8 years, and thank you, Mayor Joshi, for continuing that. Unfortunately, this body did not stand up for some of the big ticket items. We could have paused them, or we could have done our due diligence before moving forward. But hey, let's see how residents respond. This is the election year. Edison Art Society had been here for a long, long time, very disappointed. This has been moved out of this town hall. Animal shelter, big debacle. Thank you, Council President. You spearheaded that along with Sonia. Thank you for providing all the support to restore that. But thank you, we were able to correct the situation. Now let's talk about the entire town, Clara Barton section. Mayor Joshi tried closing the library. It's a fact. We're trying bypassing the resident for Jackson Avenue project. But thank you to Clara Barton residents who came here, who stood on the grounds to oppose all those things, and we were able to reverse those decisions. Irony is we also lost my council colleague's pet project, flowers for Clara Barton. Years and years that neighborhood used to look beautiful. Now there are no flowers. There are annual festivities of Clara Barton. Clara Barton is known for annual festivities. Lost all of those festive environment. Everything is moved to central location. South End, Edison Water Utility. We have not moved a lot on the Edison Water Utility, but Mayor's unknown executive order, which I spoke many, many times, shutting down services to condos, the townhouses, the apartment buildings, not serving those communities is very bad. not prioritizing water and sewer pipe replacement, and we just saw the water debacle. And I hope this council this year will push forward to get more things on or more traction towards the rebuilding the Edison water utility and funding it. This year 2024, I'm pretty sure every resident in the South End will remember this for water debacle. It was not about the water leak or water main pipe we were not able to locate. It was about the communication and the transparency that was happening at that time. I would have expected our OEM director or the water department director would have communicated to this council very closely what was happening on the ground. Didn't happen. I texted mayor several times. I called Chief of Staff Bob Deal. He had no idea what was happening. I called Pat Coyle. He had no idea what was going on. People were anxious to know what was happening. Yes, mayor can be on the ground, but who is the subject matter expert? During the COVID, did we see Governor Phil Murphy coming and giving the briefing, or it was the health director giving the briefing? That's where the problem is, the communication. Over-communication is always fine, but at least communicating that to the elected official was very important. That didn't happen. I'm very disappointed with that. Township finance and infrastructure priorities, as I said, we really need to move forward. North End, what happened? Cannabis. We tried changing the zoning. Mayor thought he had the 4-5 votes on the council dais. When the push came from the resident, there was an attempt to table that ordinance. But thank you to North End residents who stood on their ground and made sure this council voted it down. Suppressing resident voice, unnecessary use of police force. I have not seen police officer present in council chamber, maybe around somewhere in the lobby. Again, I'm talking about during Mayor Lanke's time, but now we have the police presence. Very unfortunate. I don't know what's wrong with that. Changing the camera angles when they were not really needed. Deleting and editing council meeting recordings. I don't know what we are trying to hide. And many more things. Lack of transparency. Well, Mayor Joshi was a council member. He used to preach for the transparency. He used to record and streamline this council meeting, right sitting here, from his cell phone. After becoming mayor, he used the council president and council members to change the meeting process, which we rescinded the ordinance, which existed for a long, long time. I agree that we need to have some rules and regulations, but why they were not needed for 15, 20 years? Why the council meetings were so smooth? And why it happened during the last 3 years? That's a question. I don't know, why, again, I don't want to rehash, but it was a very, very bad suggestion calling flag and the Constitution as a prop. Very bad suggestion. And of course, in terms of lack of transparency, not answering questions of the residents in timely manner. Somebody comes to the podium, they are taking their 6 minutes, now 4 minutes, from their personal life to ask the question, and we are not responding to them in timely fashion. Most of the time, we don't even respond, or we don't give the correct answer. And now there is no way to come back for rebuttal and ask the question. It's very unfortunately. I have many more items to discuss, like public safety, ignoring Amazon noise issue. There are too many warehouses coming, but I will continue some of this topic during my upcoming council meeting. But let's talk about some positive things that happened. Short-term tax stability. Yes, last 3 years, our tax went roughly 6% cumulative. With the help of county, they reduced the tax, so that's the reason we don't see much of a difference there. But this is a long-term disaster because we have huge debt to pay. Master plan, though it was promised in 100 days, finally we got it done. But at least we have the baseline, which will keep changing. Splash Park was done. Though we spent double the money than what we budgeted for, but again, I have to thank Councilwoman Joyce Freeman who worked with Mayor Lanke to secure some fund, the portion of that fund, continuing the road paving program that Mayor Lanke started. More recreation facilities. We have the soccer fields, baseball courts, more investment in mini wheels. So few things I would say happened. Again, the money was spent well. Investment in Stilton Community Center. Again, this was something was supposed to be handed over to Board of Education, but again, the priority changed. While Mayor Yoshi was a councilman, he was in support of giving this property to Board of Education. The process was started, but it got stalled after he became a mayor, and now it will be used for some other purpose. Billboard ordinance, lighting ordinance, Clara Barton 4-story to 3.5-story ordinance, cleaning up zoning gaps, speed limit on Grove Street or Grove Avenue, capital spending on crossing lights, the solar operated lights, traffic study of Grove and Calvert, assuming that's in progress, fencing to various parks, bike path initiative. Again, thank you to this council for doing some of the good projects here. The whole flag fiasco, again, this is something Edison made the name nationwide. The apology from Mayor Yoshi and Council President and the U-turn on resigning the flag prop ordinance. Again, I said that it's better to be late than never. It's a good thing that happened. Great presentation by Veterans Committee on the proposed improvement to the Veteran Memorial Park. And I heard good thing from our BA, Sonia. Thank you for acknowledging that, and hopefully we'll have the funds in this year's budget. I will close with a quote from Oprah. Leadership is about empathy. It is about having the ability to relate and to connect with people for the purpose of inspiring and empowering their lives. It's not about power. Empathy, respect, democracy. Let's believe in those values. And the last but not least, I want to wish a very happy birthday to my council colleague, Councilman Coyle. Thank you, Council President.
I'd like to make a motion to extend the meeting just, I'm going to say 10:15 only because I have some remarks to make, and I just want to make sure I have the time for them. Can I get a motion to extend to 10:15?
Motion to extend to 10:15.
Second.
Thank you very much. Okay. For myself, oh, I'm sorry, all in favor?
Yes.
Aye. Okay, sorry. I keep forgetting that part. So for myself, I'm just going to address, I'm sorry? I'm sorry?
You skipped Councilman Pointer.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, go ahead, Councilman Pointer.
Thank you, Council President. I'll be brief. Just a couple of status updates that I requested from the administration to provide. The smart hydrants and the meter replacement project are currently at the iBank, awaiting approval from the DEP. The Edison Light Transit, currently under review by New Jersey Transit as they are the pass-through for the grant funding. However, though, ELT services for senior citizens have begun. The Toad Center, the DEP has required an additional groundwater sample to take place despite the December showing that contaminant levels were under the threshold. The sample will be taken on January 20th, as that's the earliest date the sample can be taken per the DEP. Then they will have to test that sample. And then on the sports building, things with weather, minor delays, however, things are still moving along. Side paneling for the walls of the pre-engineered metal building and roofing are currently going up. Thank you to the administration for providing that update. A couple of items that I have here for possible code updates. I provided to legal some suggestions to update our Adopt an Area program in an attempt to broaden our capabilities to foster beautification and community involvement with residents, businesses, and other groups, organizations of the township. I know I made mention of this on Monday. What I'm going to do is probably tomorrow I will disseminate the draft ordinance to all my colleagues for their review. I will disseminate it to the administration for their review with the appropriate departments. And I will ask Council President that at the first meeting of February that it may be put on for consideration. Chapter 25 with trees. The Environmental Commission has asked for us to review our current tree ordinance a little bit further than just the replacement fines that we had voted on last year. This is in regards to replacement tree guidelines. They provided me an initial draft. I submitted some questions back. They're going to review. Once they do that review and send that back, I'm going to ask legal to draft up a formal document so that, again, that same review can happen between council members and the administration. That I would hope to have up by the March meeting. Finally, Chapter 37 zoning, I talked about updating our zoning, particularly on areas that are now have become more residential in nature, primarily along the Middlesex Greenway, Silver Lake. You can consider Whitman Avenue, though that's mostly developed at this point, and Woodbridge and Main Street. I had a meeting with the administration, which I thank everyone for their time and consideration for that. It was a very productive meeting. The timeline that I'm hoping to have the baseline ordinance for would be about 60 days, because while we can take the approach of just the greenway areas, if it is reasonable that some of those items can be applicable just throughout as a standalone template, so to say, then we might as well just address it all at once. So those are just some status updates on code requests that I'm looking to have made. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Council Vice President.
Council President?
Yes.
Can I ask Councilman Porter on one item, on his discussion item? If you received a timeline on the smart meter from DEP?
No, not at the moment. It's still being reviewed.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Council President.
And I'm just going to address on my discussion points, the wonderful Pat Massey and Sue O'Neill. And my disappointment and I'm disappointed and I'm distraught about this whole situation. I don't like the way it's been handled. I don't remember if I mentioned this initially, but back on December 20th is when the library board had our holiday party, and at about, I think it was a late release of the agenda, is when I saw that Ms. Massey and Ms. O'Neill were not going to be reappointed. And here I am as library board liaison going to that party, and I know this, and they would not have known this yet. It was a terribly awkward position for me to be in, and ultimately the word did get out, and I had told Alan, and I did talk to Ms. Massey. Excuse me, gentlemen? Thank you, I appreciate it. I can't say enough about these two individuals who have given so much and have volunteered their time, their knowledge, their resources, their qualifications are impeccable. And so while Rinke and Pallavi might be fine people, they might be fine candidates for these positions, there's a difference between fine and acceptable between that and superlative. And superlative is what Pat Massey and Sue O'Neill have been. And my own feeling on this has been, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And it ain't broke. This ain't broke. What bothers me even further is, I mentioned before some of my concerns, some of the doubts I have in terms of why they are not being reappointed. But what bothers me even more was that the mayor did not have the courtesy. So I'm left having to come into that holiday party, and the mayor had not had the courtesy to let them know that they were not being reappointed. And so I told him I was really disturbed by that and upset by that they deserve better than that. At the very least, he said, well, I will call them. I said, well, it's unfortunately a little late for that, but you should call them. And he didn't call them. He had Bob Deal call them. And I just find that to be, I find that to be a disgrace. So I want to focus on the positive. I can't thank you, you're here, Pat. I can't thank you enough for what you have done in your service to this library board, to the community. I hope we can get you back. If you'll have us, I'm hoping that at some point we can have you back. And I'm hoping we can have Sue back and Lisa, who said that maybe sometime in the future she would come back. But I just want to salute you for all you have done, all you have given, and tell you that I'm hoping we can somehow get you back. So please, please recognize what this wonderful woman has done. I'm going to ask you for a round of applause. Thank you so much. And that concludes my remarks. I
Council
guess we're,
President,
yes.
before you go there, is the comment on the YouTube live is on or they are turned off?
They've been turned off.
What's turned, what is?
Just spoke about the transparency, fairness, and here you go. Because this council passed the resolution to make sure everything is restored as it stands. I don't know why we disable the comments on the YouTube feed.
Okay, okay, all right. With that, can I get a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
This council meeting is adjourned at 10:04 and 4 seconds. Thank you very much.